Morning, Chair and honorable members, Commissioner of the BMA, Minister, and the colleagues.
Morning, colleagues. Recording in progress.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning, Chair. Yes, yeah, it's 1 minute past 9. I think all the stakeholders are here in the meeting. If we could...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matonsi, and good morning to all the stakeholders, honorable members. I will request Mr. Matonsi to establish how many stakeholders are in attendance.
So far, we have the Department of Home Affairs, and then BMA, and then National Treasury, and AGSA. And then I've not seen so far the Parliamentary Legal Service, but I did speak to him around 8:30. I'm sure he'll be joining anytime soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matonsi, and good morning to honorable members. Welcome again to this important meeting. Morning to and welcome Auditor General team, Minister, and all your Executive Deputy Minister, Commissioner of BMA, the DG, the Parliamentary Legal Services, Chief State Law Advisor, and the National Treasury team that is in attendance. We have interacted with the AG in our last meeting, and we're starting to interface with the annual reports of the stakeholders or the institution that we conduct oversight on. And we're going to receive details informed by the outcome of the Auditor General. We further also discussed and deliberated to invite the National Treasury on the matter that the Parliamentary Legal Services raised with the committee for the response or comment on the issues, and members will then comment on the views or express the submissions that could be made by the National Treasury. We'll then stand off the item for the next deliberations. Then we'll move straight to the Home Affairs and the Border Management Authority, and members will interact on the issues that will be raised. Can I now invite the Parliamentary Legal Services to introduce the team on the item number 3. On the item number 2, Mr. Matonsi, if there's any apologies so that we note.
Chairperson, from my side, I've got an apology from the Deputy Minister and also Ms. Matopa. That's all from my side.
Can we establish if the other institutions have apologies? BMA?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair and committee members. No, we don't have any apology. All of the team members are here. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we now invite, all apologies have been noted. Can we now invite the Parliamentary Legal Services to invite the National Treasurer?
Chairperson, I'm checking on the list. I don't see Leotla in the meeting. Who can give me a chance to give him a call if he's coming?
I don't know how there's a decision of the committee that we're going to start with the matter that was raised by the Parliamentary Legal Services. And we've invited National Treasury to respond to that issue. I don't understand why they've raised a matter, we've taken a decision and they're not in the meeting. I don't think it's how we must operate.
Chairperson, I just spoke to him now. He said he was struggling to join, so he's trying to get some assistance. But I think maybe in the meantime, if we can ask National Treasury to present their presentation.
Okay. Can we, National Treasury, morning, and you're welcome to the meeting. I'm sure you have submissions from Parliamentary Legal Services. We have been made aware in relation to clause 6. We then requested that you brief the committee, and members will comment. They will not deliberate on the matter today, so that at least we're familiar with the issues that they wanted to consult you on. Can I now invite you to present? Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and committee members, ministers and deputy ministers and other members present attending the meeting. I'm MP van Schoor. I'm the head of legal in National Treasury. Firstly, I just want to indicate as you indicated, we were requested to provide clarification on clause 6 of the bill. We were contacted by the parliamentary legal advisor on Tuesday evening, and we subsequently met with parliamentary legal services as well as Home Affairs, as well as representatives from the South African Revenue Service, and there is a colleague from South African Revenue Services in the meeting. I'm also joined by a colleague from our tax legal unit, Mr. Nahlantla Gadebe. Now, obviously the committee is familiar with the content of the bill, or the purpose of the bill. Now, as the proposed revised clause, which I assume the parliamentary legal services will take the committee through, it stipulates that the movement of goods and money by officials for official purposes within the common control zone are not subject to entry or exit, import or export laws of South Africa or the adjoining state. Now, this is subject to the conclusion of a one-stop border agreement in terms of clause 3 of the bill. It's, in our view, clear the way it's as proposed to be amended, that the clause is, sorry, can we just go back to the previous slide? Apologies. That the clause is limited in its scope, so it only applies within the common control zone, and it's only applicable where goods and money are moved for official purposes. Next slide. Now, the common control zone is then effectively regarded to be in South Africa, even though it may be partially or fully in the adjoining state, for example, Botswana or Zimbabwe. Now, if officials move goods or money for official purposes between South Africa and a neighbouring country within this shared border zone or common control zone, those items are not subject to imports or exports in South Africa or the adjoining state. So as proposed in the amendments, as long as proper records and declarations are made, officials may freely use and transfer the necessary equipment within the zone for official purposes. So therefore, it's Treasury view that there is no revenue implication on the revised formulation of clause 6 that requires a money bill in terms of Section 70 of the Constitution. So there is no exemption for import and export taxes, if I can put it like that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is our submission to the committee.
Thank you very much for this clarification on the subject matter that they've raised, the parliamentary legal services. Can I check if there's a matter to be raised by the Chief State Law Advisor and Home Affairs and Parliamentary Legal Services? Chief State Law Advisor? First, sorry, can I then establish if SARS want to comment on the matter as you have introduced them? And welcome to this committee meeting.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Ministers, Deputy Ministers and others present. Thank you very much. I have nothing to add to Treasury's submission at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief State Law Advisor.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable Members. Thank you, Chairperson. From our side, we have nothing more to add, and we fully understand the explanation by National Treasury and SARS.
Thank you. Home Affairs, let me, through Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. DG, I don't know if there's anything we want to add, but as I said last time, I think our sense is that we can get over this particular hurdle. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if DG wants to come in.
Good morning, Chair. Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and honourable members and colleagues from Treasury. I think Advocate MP van Schoor has settled the matter. We can then progress, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Parliamentary Legal Services, are they in the meeting now?
Yes, it's in the meeting, Chair.
Okay.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, honourable members and colleagues. I confirm that the areas of concerns that have been raised have been now settled, and we are now ready to proceed. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much, colleagues, and thanks, National Treasury. Thanks, SARS. Thanks, Minister, also with your team, and the Chief State Law Advisor for interacting with this subject matter that has been raised by our Parliamentary Legal Services. Members, do you have comments on the matter? I get a sense that members are now clearer. Is there another member, Mr. Matunsu might have raised their hand?
Chairperson, no, there's no other person that I see in the system.
Okay. What will propose that the matter has been clarity has been sought? Will then, if there's no any other comment from members, stand off the item to deliberations next Tuesday, when members will be presenting the A list, so that we proceed with the items that we ought to deal with, unless I'm drifting from the proposed approach that members might have guided in our last meeting. Is that our understanding, members? Honourable Rose?
Sorry, Chair, I was just battling to find my hand for some reason, but yes, Chair, that's in order. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
All right. Let me, I see the hand of, okay, it's a legacy hand. Let me thank, is there another member who want to comment? I think we carried the proposal that will then deliberate the next week, presented the A list, and we'll consider we'll consider the A list in our next committee meeting. Let me thank the Auditor General, SARS, Parliamentary Legal Services, Home Affairs Legal Team, Advocate Malekate and your team, and the Chief State Law Advisor. And at this time, I will release you so that we deal with other matters, and you'll be reconvened in the next committee meeting for the A list to be presented. I think that will be sufficient, Mr. Hoka. Mr. Mushokwa.
Oh, yes, that's in order, Honorable Chair. That's in order. Thanks.
Thank you. Sirs, thanks very much, and the Treasury team. And we'll now release you and the Chief State Law Advisor. We'll meet with the team and deliberation on the matter in our next committee meeting. And thanks very much for accepting for this short briefing. Thanks very much. We'll now invite the Minister to introduce the fourth item on the annual report of the Department of Home Affairs, and also reflect on the matter that we've been requesting, the ICT and the bank's matters, and then you'll delegate how the presentation is going to be presented. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson and members. I'm happy to report that I'm feeling quite a bit better than the last time we spoke, and I hope all the colleagues are also well. Allow me to just recognise the officials from the department, the Border Management Authority, colleagues from the Auditor General, as well as all the parliamentary officials. Chair, I think we continue our discussion today in terms of the annual performance reports and the discussion we started in the last meeting around the audit outcomes. And I think this presentation will really delve into substantially more detail to be able to take the committee through the performance outcomes. I think we gave some of the headline information in the last meeting around sort of targets achieved, etc. And then, of course, continuing to discuss how we want to see improvements on this going forward. Chair, I think in terms of context for the annual report, as I said last time, I think if we look back, it was quite a challenging year in the sense of the scale of the transitions that we were all dealing with. I think I said last time that probably the first 4 months of this report was under the 6th administration, and the last 8 were under the 7th administration. And I think that kind of transition always does have an impact. And I think particularly given sort of some of the scale of the change that we are talking about in the strategic plans, the acceleration of modernization efforts, and really the focus on digital transformation. I think colleagues will be aware of the digital transformation roadmap that was adopted by Cabinet as one example of sort of this real big and exciting emphasis on technology that does have implications for Home Affairs and for the BMA, which will come in later, in terms of how plans had to be adjusted and how strategies had to really be fundamentally looked at during this particular period. So I think that's the first point of context. I think it's important to say, Chair, however, that despite that, there are good signs. I think we spoke a bit about some of the green shoots last time. I think progress that has been built on, and we can see that some of the performance targets, for example, despite some of the big changes that were underway in the planning space, there was still a good performance, although I think we left a number of opportunities on the ground, really, and especially as we discussed with the audit last time, that there are some low-hanging fruits that really should not have been left on the tree, if I can put it that way. So I think we, despite the challenge of the changes and transition we were going through, the outcome is not good enough in terms of the audit space. And precisely the fact that there is some good performance on some of the targets, it shows us that it could have been a better outcome, and that certainly in this particular year that we are now in, that we cannot, there is no more transition or change or anything like that going on, and that really there has to be a very strong focus now on not repeating some of those low-hanging fruits, missing those opportunities. So I think that is really my overall sense of where we are. Really, the capability is there. I think the commitment is also there. And it's a matter now of really enforcing the changes that the AG has spoken about, in some cases, repeat findings, and over many years, issues that have been raised that we need to put to bed now. And I also think we are in a good position to now that a lot of the planning work is done, the strategic planning, the APPs that are under revision, and all of those things that happened during this period have now given a foundation that we should collectively expect improvements across the board. So I think the colleagues, DG will take the colleagues through that. And I think there are a number of examples of good work, and then some examples of where I think the committee can assist and support us and support the department in making sure that we don't leave opportunities that we should have taken out there on the field. Chair, I think the second presentation really delves into, I think, some of these kind of changes that I'm speaking about. So the focus on digital transformation and really now beginning to see the implementation of some of these initiatives. I think the first one to touch on is obviously the kiosk project. And, you know, this one is something that came a little bit before my time, if I can put it that way. And I think DG will take us through some of the challenges that were experienced in that particular process. I think the other important point to make, Chair, is that because the strategy has changed quite substantially, where there's now a focus on all these digital service channels, as opposed to your old brick and mortar approach, we do need to reassess where things like kiosks will fit in. Because they were very much designed for a period of these brick and mortar investments. And where do they fit in when people now, for example, can use their app to do some of these same things, whether that's a banking app or the digital ID? Again, Chair, I think this is really the impact of this whole of government focus on the digital transformation roadmap that we are now seeing and that we need to take into account. Because if you look at that roadmap, it's very clear that a government as a whole is trying to move services into this digital space where there is actually no physical interaction or physical kind of footprint. And that as many of these services should be rendered, whether it's home affairs services, but also things like driver's licenses or matric certificates or firearm licenses, that they are things that become digital and virtual. And so I think that has an impact, and we don't want to sort of invest a lot in something that becomes redundant very quickly, Chair. So I think that's the first sort of strategic point to keep in mind, given some of the challenges we've had with the kiosks. My own sense is once we see some of these initiatives rolled out, we will be able to then pick up where these kiosks will be, I think, most appropriate. So I think there are still cases where there could be a use for them, but my sense is that, you know, we don't want to overinvest in something that becomes you know, replaced very quickly in terms of usage. So we do need to see how that plays out. I think the second part of that item really speaks to this, where I think the uptake on the bank, the digital partnership has really blown all of us away. It's been a really encouraging experience, Chair, to see how the hunger that is out there to really build on the bank partnership and take what has been a very successful pilot and really now expand it across the country. I think this is a real moment of inspiration for all of us, because those 30 bank branches that have been in operation since 2016 have made a huge difference. And you'll know, colleagues, that one of the biggest complaints that people have is they say they can't get enough booking slots when they go onto the BAP system. And really, for me, the question was, why is that? What is the thing that's holding us back? And the answer to that is that there's too limited of a footprint. It's only the 30 branches in addition to your home affairs offices. So we've looked at how we then move away from some of the things that were constraining the department so that it could only operate in the 30 branches, and ask the question, how do we get into hundreds of these locations? How do we take it into every rural community that has a bank branch and actually be able to deliver home affairs services there as well, in the same way that you'll find in your Sandtons, for example? And I think this is where technology is really now starting to bear fruit for us, where instead of having to really invest in replacing or duplicating a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of the cost associated with that, of course, which we know Home Affairs doesn't have the money for, we can move these processes onto these digital channels. And then, in principle, we should be able to really dramatically expand our presence in these branches and eventually onto the digital banking apps as well. A final point from my side, Chair, before I hand over to DG, is the work that was done on the verification service members is a really critical component, because this is an existing integration that exists between the department and the banks, as well as your insurers and other companies like that, where they are able to check people's identities. If you open a bank account and you put your fingerprints on the scanner, to be able to confirm that you are who you say you are, so that they know that when they open a bank account for you, that you haven't stolen someone's identity or something like that. That service has been in place since 2013. But it has been really slowly and then quite quickly going backwards. And one of the key reasons for that is because these institutions were not paying enough for a very valuable service provided by the state. We have corrected that now in terms of the fee structure, and that share is really enabling Home Affairs to invest now in better maintenance. And we've already seen the fruits of that. We are now seeing turnaround times on these verifications. Previously, some of these institutions waited 24 hours to confirm someone's identity. Sometimes, in more than half of cases, there was no response. We're now seeing an error rate of below 1% with the new service, and we're seeing milliseconds, really, in terms of the turnaround time. That has been foundational for us, because that is the same service that can allow us to actually expand your smart ID and your passport services. In other words, Chair, since there is an existing pipeline between Home Affairs and these institutions that has been there for more than a decade, we are able to now integrate more services into that existing pipeline because we have confidence that it's working better and that these people are actually paying their fair share now to enable us to maintain that going into the future. So that's really it from my side, Chair. With your permission, I would hand over to DG and the team to then take us through these two items. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Minister, for those opening remarks. We'll now invite the Director General.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also Minister and honorable members that are in attendance. I'll request permission, Chairperson, if I can just ground this video and move to the presentation. I'm sure Mozi will fly the presentation shortly. Chair, Mozi. All right, Chairperson, if Mozi can just place the presentation on a slide mode. Thank you so much. If we can move to the next slide, Mozi. Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, this is the outline of the presentation. I'm not going to reflect a lot on the vision, mission, and value statement because we've done that when we tabled the APP. And then the second area will be what our contribution is to the medium-term development plan for the next 5 years. And then we'll look at the organizational performance of the Department of Home Affairs, both the financial performance and then the performance in terms of the targets for the period under review. And then we'll reflect on how programs or branches have performed. And then the second part, Chair, the CFO will take the meeting through the financial performance and then the way forward. And then for the next presentation, the acting CIO, Leon Dupré, will take the honorable members through that presentation. Chairperson, this is the vision, mission, and values. Safe to say on the values that are stated there, we've just had a launch led by the minister and the deputy minister on a culture change where we were reminding the staff members about ethical conduct, courageous action, innovative thinking, caring interactions, and how to be solution orientated in terms of how they carry out their work. And that was done on the 23rd of September, and it's something that we'll continue to do on an ongoing basis. Now, the next slide then give a reflection on the predetermined objectives. And if we can move to the next slide, Chairperson, this is our performance over the last 11 years. You can see that we really have pushed, as the Minister has indicated, from the 23-24 financial year, where we were at 71%, we've increased by 12% to 83% in the period that is under review. And the next slide will then give you a graphic illustration of how we've performed. We've recorded an 83% achievement for the period under review, and we had about 29 targets, and out of this 24 were achieved. The 24 translate to 83%, and the color coding green represent that 83%, and then the remaining 5, it's what was not achieved, translating to 17%, Chair. If we can move to the next slide, then gives an indication of which targets were not achieved. The first one, it's the One Health facility with an automated birth functionality. And then in the next presentation that Leon will take us through with challenges with the service provider that we terminated, but we'll go into details in the next presentation. And then the second one speaks to the e-visa prototype, AI-enabled adjudication process. I think the Minister has already indicated in the introduction the transition that we had to make from the e-visa to the electronic travel authorization, which the Minister launched on the 18th of September at the Business Tourism Conference in Sun City. And of course, we will be able to activate as we move towards the G20. The other one was the 14.8 million civic records. We couldn't finalize some of those. And then the 730 100,000 births registered within 30 calendar days will indicate some of the challenges. And then the 95% of critical skills adjudicated within 4 weeks will indicate what the population was and where we fell short. If we can move to the next slide, then it gives you an overview of the performance of the Department of Home Affairs during that period under review, Chair. You will note that for administration, had 17 targets, were able to achieve 14, translating to 82%, and then there were 3 that were not achieved, translating to 18%. Civic Affairs had 4 targets, they were able to achieve 3, translating to 75%, and then 1 target was not achieved, equating to 25%. Immigration Affairs, 8%, and 8 targets, and then achieved 7. This is a huge improvement for immigration services if you look at the performance over a number of years. So that's 87.5%. 1 target was not achieved, which is the one that I refer to on critical skills, translating to 12.5. So at the bottom, you'll note that the 17 is what we're not able to achieve, and then the 83% is what we're able to achieve. We've already indicated that we had 29 targets, 24 achieved, and 5 not achieved. If we can then move to the next slide, the first one, it's administration. The target that was not achieved is the health facility with automated birth functionality. We're not able to achieve this target because the service provider that we indicated that was supposed to assist with the development of the model was not able to deliver on this commitment, and to that extent we were able to terminate that contract for the service provider. Going forward, I suppose we'll need to improve on project management and closer monitoring of these projects. And of course, we'll need to start reducing that dependency on these service providers and look at how we can better manage some of these initiatives. Of course, we've now appointed a service provider to complete the system development. That's how we are meditating in this specific area. If we can move to slide number 11, it then gives an indication, Chair, of what we were able to do. We were able to ensure that 5 offices were provided with live capture functionality, so that they're able to process smart ID cards and passports. And the following offices have that functionality now: Chatsworth in KZN, Seshego in Limpopo, and then Madikwe in the Northwest Province, Masisi in Limpopo, and Ventersdorp in the Northwest. And of course, this is based on some of the work that we're doing around modernizing these offices, as the Minister said in the introduction. And then if we can move to the next slide, was the e-visa prototype developed, which would have been artificial intelligence enabled adjudication process, particularly for the tourist visa. Chairperson, while we were not able to achieve this target, we have made a lot of significant strides in the introduction of a new initiative that has really been assisting, in particular, tourists from India and China, in particular known as the Titos, which we shared with you during the tabling of the APP, which has already brought close to or more than 40,000 tourists, specifically from China and India. And as we've said, we now have reprioritized this area of work. We're now working on the electronic travel authorization, which we are planning to fully roll out before the end of the year, this financial year. If we can move to slide number 13, this is quite an interesting development. In-house developed this e-recruitment system, which was activated by our branch, HRM&D, Human Resources. We've already started utilizing this system, Chair, for recruitment, which means there's no paper that's printed. Everything is done online. Applications are submitted online. Shortlisting is done online. And then the final recruitment activities are finalized online as well. I think this is something that should be applauded, particularly for what IT colleagues and HR have been able to do. And this minimizes, Chairperson, grievances, complaints in terms of ensuring that the recruitment process is fair and has no tampering through any human interaction, including activities such as fraud and corruption. And then, of course, on slide number 14, Chairperson, this is work that we started in the 6th administration, this draft DHA bill, which was approved by the minister. We battled with this bill, as you will recall, Chair, for quite some time. Finally, the bill was approved by the minister. It's now en route to the JCPS Ministers Cluster. Once it is approved, it will then be submitted to Cabinet for consideration so that it can then be issued for public comments. You'll recall, Chairperson, in the White Paper on Home Affairs, Cabinet had directed that the Department of Home Affairs should develop an act, and this is part of that process that we're trying to do. And then if we can move to the next slide, it's really a good work that was done by the communication team in terms of ensuring that the communication strategy and the plan was effectively implemented. We had more than the 24 media engagements that had been planned. We had 72, including outreach activities, 32 instead of 6, and then campaigns, 4 instead of 3. And the reasons why we're able to do more, amongst others, of course, you'll note that there was an electoral period, and that included various engagements that the minister and deputy minister undertook to various communities, but also the work that we're doing on the electoral reform consultation panel as part of the support that we're providing to them. That's why we had more engagements with more outreach and more campaigns. If we can move to the next one, just basically speaks to the target that we're able to achieve on the user asset management plan. This target, including the next one on strategic accommodation requirements, there are many for compliance purposes, Chairperson. This was then submitted to National Treasury and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. You will also note that the next one on slide number 17 on strategic accommodation requirement, that was also submitted to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Of course, the minister did indicate that our approach to some of these initiatives has now changed, and therefore these are things that we will need to revisit, given the fact that in the introduction the minister spoke about the rollout that we will have with the banks. For example, FNB has indicated they've got about 660 branches, Capitec is 880, and more or less the same with African Bank and other banks. So we'll be able to have a much more footprint through the partnership that we have with the banks than currently as it is, which means lesser spending from our side in terms of infrastructure, but also the rollout of the IT infrastructure. If we can move to the next target that we're also able to achieve, it's the one on online birth registration in 48 priority 4 health facilities that was also rolled out. And then on the next slide as well, it's the 14.8 million civic records digitized. We had a number of challenges here. We fell short of just less than 2 million, Chairperson. This was because of the challenges that we experienced at the digitization facilities, which we continue in some of the areas that are part of Tshwane due to the frequent power outages. How have we dealt with this matter, Chairperson? We've now installed a generator and also water tank at the facility, including the constant challenges that we have at BVR. We're trying to find a solution so that we deal with that matter. And then with regards to the digitization hub, there has been some refurbishment. And then, of course, the recruitment of new cohorts to assist with the digitization of these records, which in certain instances, they're already available and being utilized by civic services to ensure that amendments are done timeously. The next slide then speaks to a gender-based violence and femicide implementation plan. This was done successfully, Chair. There were 12 monthly reports, and these are submitted timeously to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities so that we're able to demonstrate what is it that we're doing to deal with this scourge in society. And then the next slide then gives an indication of what we have been able to do with regards to dealing with issues related to misconduct cases, including the one that the minister issued a statement on last week. 70% was the target. We're able to overachieve on some of these activities because of HR ensuring that disciplinary hearings are or proceed as scheduled with no postponements to those. And then the next one speaks to the business process reviewed. This is work that's done, Chairperson, by Counter-Corruption and Security Services. The target was 16. We're able to do this, and it is very important that we do this so that we're able to pick up if there are any vulnerabilities, in particular to fraud, corruption, security breaches. And the good thing is that the Counter-Corruption and Security Service now uses data analytics to pick up some of these trends and are able to advise timeously where there's a need for intervention. So that target was also achieved, Chair. The next target that we will move to is the cases that have been reported on fraud and corruption finalized within 90 working days. The percentage was 80 that we're supposed to achieve. We're able to achieve that at 84%. And of course, this is attributed to officials working extra hours so that they're able to finalize these cases. The next one on 24 then deals with issues related to the minimum information security standards and then the minimum physical security standards. In short, MIS and MPSS. So there were those 40 threat and risk assessments that were supposed to be conducted for the period under review. We're able to achieve 50. And of course, this is because of some of the incidents that escalated in the department, hence the overachievement. We can then move to the next one on security clearances. There are three categories: top secret, secret, and confidential. The target was 400. We were able to overachieve, sitting at 449. And the bulk of those was for confidential and top secret. It's 141. And I suppose this relates to the awareness initiatives that counter corruption and security services embarks on, but also cooperation from those that are supposed to submit files for them to be reviewed by SSA, and of course the quicker turnaround times that we are now seeing at SSA. And then slide number 26 then speaks to this target on 20% of public procurement for women-owned businesses. We were able to achieve this target. There were 17 bids that were issued. Out of those, 12 were cancelled, and then we were left with 5. 3 of these were then awarded to 100% women-owned businesses, which is quite commendable. If we can move to slide number 27, then starts to deal with program 2, citizen affairs. There were these births that were supposed to register, 730, 500,000, were not able to achieve this target, Chairperson. We were able, however, to record 724, 999, 100,000 within the 30 calendar days. Chairperson, there were 54,024 children who were born, but this were recorded outside the regulated 30-day period. And of course, we are of the view that if we ramp up birth registration at health facilities, we'll be able to increase that reach, but also taking into consideration some studies that have been done, such as one by LifeStart at UCT. We're now seeing a reduction, Chair, in the birth rate, not only at a global level, but also at a local level. Among the reasons that they've cited is access to better medical facilities, but also choices that parents are making, and then issues related to urbanization, and then career choices that people are considering. And then the next target on slide number 29 was the smart card issuance. We're able to overachieve. We planned 2.5 million. We're able to overachieve that by 1 million. So we're sitting at 3.5, 598, 578, 100,000 of smart ID cards that were issued. And of course, it's related also to elections and by-elections in between, and of course the extended operating hours that our offices do when it's election period, but also the outreach activities, and of course the impact of the mobile trucks that are really going to far-flung areas to make sure that they are able to provide this service. Chair, can move to the next one. This is 90% of machine-readable adult passports. We're able to overachieve at least by 41%, 0.41%. That was done, of course, is through a better collaboration between ourselves, GPW and Skynet, to ensure that these passports are processed within a shorter period of time and delivered within a short period of time. And the next one then speaks to passports for children. Also, we were able to overachieve by 6.8%. And again, it's the same reason through the collaboration with the two critical stakeholders, GPW and Skynet. If we can move to the next one. Immigration Affairs. On permanent residence, Chair, the target was 85% of permanent residence applications finalized. We're able to finalize out of a population of 1.3 or 1,366, we're able to finalize 1,274, translating to 93%. And of course, you'll recall that this is part of the work that we have been dealing with regards, amongst others, to deal with the backlog, but also the added capacity that we added in that specific area of permitting and the delegations that have been revised to assist us. If we can move to the next one. This is what we're not able to achieve, Chairperson. We're supposed to ensure that 95% of critical skills visa applications are finalized within 4 weeks. Out of a population of 1,794, we were able to finalize 1,601 within 4 weeks. And of course, there were a number of challenges in terms of files that had to be transferred from VFS, and we're now monitoring this matter at a very close range on a weekly basis. The team at Home Affairs and VFS meets to look at this specific issue. The good news is that in addition to this work that we're doing, we've also introduced what is known as a trusted employer scheme, which then provides for big businesses and other corporates that are utilizing that much more effectively. If we can move to the next one, it's a target that was achieved. We're supposed to ensure that 90% of business visa applications are finalized within 8 weeks. Again, here with a population of 95, we're able to finalize 92 of those, translating to 97%. And again, Chair, you'll recall what I've said around the TS. We're seeing more business applications that are coming through the registration on the trusted employer scheme. If we can then progress to the next one. This is the general work visa applications. The target was 90%. We were able to overachieve by 8%. Out of a population of 780, we finalized 767 within the 8-week period. And of course, amongst others, is the work that we've been doing to prioritize this category, in particular for general work visa. And if we can progress to the next one. This is the one on law enforcement. We're planned to do 2,000 DHA-led enforcement operations in inspections in those specific targeted areas. We were able to overachieve that by 1,105, and the provincial breakdown is then provided in terms of what head office was able to do, sitting at 346, Mpumalanga 313, Northern Cape 440, Northwest 343, Western Cape 377, Limpopo 430, Gauteng 192, Eastern Cape 258, and then KZN 94, Free State 312. Of course, this is related to a number of special operations that we've been participating in, amongst others, the one that's dealing with illegal mining operations known as Valamkoti, and then the operation that's related to foodborne diseases, where we're conducting operations on spaza shops. So that's why you see that spike of 1,105. So that's how we're able to overachieve in that specific area. If you can move to the next slide, Muzi. The deportations conducted in line with the Immigration Act. I think it's an area that's related to the previous slide. Due to those operations, we're able to deport more than 27,455 that were deported, and this number excludes the 354 of self-deportees. These are people that will buy their own tickets and indicate that they will deport themselves. Of course, this is an area that we need to look at very closely because it's one of the audit findings, in particular around the stamped body receipt from country of origins. In Brightbridge and the Bombo, for example, you'll find that the stand body receipts are not even visible. So these are activities that we currently are dealing with in terms of the audit action plan. If we can move to the next one, 90% of new asylum applications that were supposed to be adjudicated within 30 days once they've been received at our RSDO offices. Again, out of a population of 3,579, we're able to finalize 92%, which translates to 3,294. That's how we've been able to perform on that target. If we can move to the next one, on the third amendment of the immigration regulations. So this is something that we do time and again, in particular to address emerging activities or initiatives, whether it's related to the Trusted Employer Scheme or the TTOS and other activities. So we'll then time and again look at amending the regulations to give effect to some of these initiatives. We're able to achieve this target, Chair. If we can move to the next one, which is the financial information, as I indicated, Chairperson, the CFO will take us through the financial performance, and then I'll come back from slide number 57 on the way forward and recommendations. So through you, Chairperson, if I can invite the CFO to lead the presentation.
Thank you, DG. CFO.
Chairperson, thank you very much and good morning, and also good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the honourable members and my colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, I'm going to start with the annual financial statements. I'm dealing in respect of the report, the annual report. It's from page 205 onwards. So, Chairperson, we start with the appropriation statement. You'll see that from our budget of 12.095 billion, we managed to spend 11.831 billion. That translates to a 97.8% spent. And the amount that we didn't spend, Chairperson, is 263 million. The reason for the underspending, Chairperson, is our inability to collect our full revenue target. So if we could have collected the full revenue target, we would have spent the full budget. Chairperson, the next slide deals with the financial position. On the financial position, that's slide 43, Muzi, it just shows, Chairperson, that, sorry, I'm starting with the performance. On the performance, our revenue, Chairperson, we with the 12 billion that came through the appropriation. We also had a self-financing revenue target of 1.4 billion, and that gives us a total revenue received, Chairperson, of just over 13.5 billion, and of that, Chairperson, we spent on current expenditure 7.4 billion. Transfers and subsidies, those are the transfers to the IEC, the border management and political parties. And those are earmarked funds. That was just over 4 billion, Chairperson, leaving us with a net surplus of just over 1.5. Chairperson, slide number 44 gives the financial position in the old terms, the balance sheet. So, Chairperson, you'll see there from the financial position that our current assets, 611 million rands. Current liabilities says 610, and then we were sitting with a net overall, Chairperson, of 19.066. So, Chairperson, the reason for the decrease in the financial position is mainly due to the voted funds surrendered to the National Revenue Fund. You'll see it's in the middle of the slide. It's 263. That is in respect of a previous financial year, so it came as a double. So for us, Chairperson, that then reduces the overall net result to the 19 million, as I've indicated. Chairperson, the audit outcome, that's slide 45. It's unfortunate that it's still a qualified audit opinion, as we have discussed at Tuesday's meeting. We had two qualification areas. The first one was contingent liabilities. I'll go into a little bit more detail just now, Chair, as well as the immovable tangible capital assets that relates to the impact that relates to the transfer of function to the BMA. We also have a matter of emphasis paragraph, Chair, Chairperson, on the impairment of fines and penalties, the accrued departmental revenue, there's also a link there to the material irregularity, which we are trying to address and close, Chair. Slide 46, Chairperson, just deals with the give more detail as to the qualified audit opinions. The first one, Chairperson, is on immovable assets. So, Chairperson, our immovable tangible capital asset register was overstated by 101 million rands. We still included in our register assets that were actually not belonging to us. On the contingent liabilities, Chair, we also failed to provide the AG with an adequate and accurate and complete record of all our contingent liabilities, and as a result, we could not provide the AG with assurances that our contingent liabilities were adequately captured and quantified. So, Chairperson, both the contingent liabilities as well as the immovables are the contingent liability is a repeat finding. The immovable is sort of repeat, but it relates to the BMA function shifts that comes from a previous financial year. Chairperson, we were fortunate enough in that we could resolve 3 qualification areas that came from the previous financial year. So cash and cash equivalents was one of them. Chairperson, I'm then going to move to the matter of emphasis. I did indicate that this is related to our inability to collect fines and penalties. As a result, we have impaired this departmental accrued departmental revenue, and that of the total amount here, we are sitting at 96% more or less impaired. We will not be able to collect that, but as I say, this is linked to the material irregularity, and we should be able to close this out in this month, Chair. Chairperson, there were also findings on non-compliance with legislation. If you have if your financial statements are not accurate and complete, then there's a material misstatement finding, which is a contravention of the PFMA. On the accruals and payables, we were not able to pay all our invoices within 30 days. We're sitting at about 97% paid within 30 days. I've already spoken about the revenue due for accrued departmental revenue not collected. The issue about fines and penalties, it's a historic issue in our case, but it's still hurting us. Chairperson, we have also not been able to finalize all the Section 42 transfers of assets and liabilities to the BMA. And then we also incurred some irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We did not incur any unauthorized expenditure during the year under review, Chair. Chairperson, slide 49, irregular expenditure. The portfolio, the irregular expenditure for the portfolio decreased, as the AG has indicated in Tuesday's presentation, Chair. In our case, Chairperson, we're sitting with 202 million rands worth of irregular expenditure, and that is old matters, Chair. So we've been struggling to get these old matters cleared. We needed to provide the National Treasury with evidence that disciplinary cases were open and that criminal cases were opened in respect of an old security tender going back to 2014-15. And then also there was this issue of the increase in the COE budget without Treasury approval. That was 2.6 million, but that was only condoned in the current financial year. So, Chairperson, the 202 would go down with the 2.6. We still need to get condemnation for the 200 mil old security tender then to close out our irregular expenditure. Chairperson, I think DG has already spoken about the performance information, and the outcome of the performance information from an audit perspective was also not satisfactory. Chairperson, there were material misstatements in respect of our performance information in programs 1, 2, and 3. Program 1, the expansion of the e-visa prototype to all visa permit categories, the percentage of reported cases on fraud and corruption, and the number of health facilities with online birth registration systems. We had issues to satisfy the AG that this was done correctly, Chair. Chairperson, on Program 2, the civic services, number of smart ID cards issued. Again, there were issues about completeness and the accuracy. And Program 3, on critical skills, the number of DHA led law enforcement operations, number of deportations conducted, and then various other indicators. We had difficulty, Chairperson, to convince the AG that this was done accurately and that the populations are complete. Chairperson, so this was the audit outcome. Following the receipt of the draft audit, the draft management letter and the draft audit report, we as management met, Chairperson, this is on slide 51, and there we developed what we call the 8-point plan, Chair. So the first action in terms of that plan is to develop a detailed remedial plan with timelines and measurable outcomes. That's what we call the audit action plan. We had to do a comprehensive post-audit review, Chair. We had to explore learning opportunities from other entities such as the IEC, Chair. And then 4 was management to enforce consequence management. 5, management to provide additional training around accounting frameworks and standards. 6, management to implement regular review processes for performance information and financial statements. 7, to address the material irregularity. And 8, then to establish and schedule regular ministerial engagements. So, Chairperson, we have actioned all these actions, and as we go forward, you will now see that's more detail in respect of those actions. Chairperson, we were also been privileged to meet with Minister on the 7th of August 2025, and at that meeting, Minister did express his utter dissatisfaction with the audit outcomes and put us on terms. Chairperson, we also then agreed at that meeting to increase our self-financing targets to 2.5 billion in the current financial year, and to earmark some of that money for the digital transformation roadmap. We also plan to introduce and increase fees for other services, the e-visa, the ETA, but Chairperson, that will only happen in the new financial year. And we are trying to renegotiate some of our prices with our suppliers, such as GPW. Chairperson, the Minister also then indicated in that meeting that we needed to address this and close out on the material irregularity. We had to develop the audit action plan. And we, in this regard, Minister then advised us to establish what we call a specialized audit monitoring team. Chairperson, that has been done. We call that the Audit Oversight Committee. It consists of the DG as chairperson, and we have outside experts with considerable audit and financial management expertise that oversees the audit action plan and all our interventions, Chairperson. Then there's also the we did schedule the meeting with the Minister and Chairperson, so we are meeting and reporting at all M meetings on the audit action plan and for audit matters and how we progress in addressing this. Chairperson, one of those issues, which it's on slide 53, where we said we will have a post-audit review. We held that on the 11th of August, and the AG then presented the audit outcome. The audit committee was invited to the meeting and reflected on the outcome, and the IEC CFO chairperson then she shared best practices on how the IEC has managed to maintain and obtain clean audits for the last 5 years. Chairperson, we then developed our audit action plan. Internal audit in the department is at this stage verifying whether this audit action plan is meeting all the SMART criteria, and that this audit action plan will actually turn around the audit outcome. So that process is far advanced, Chair, the one from internal audit. We hope that this will be concluded by the 15th. That will then enable us to conclude on the audit action plan as well, Chairperson. But in the meantime, we have been working on the audit action plan, and we are monitoring and tracking progress against the audit action plan. As we speak, Chairperson, Friday mornings, 9 o'clock, there's a back to basics meeting every Friday where we track progress against the audit action plan. Chairperson, we also had another engagement with the AG and Minister on the 4th of September. And Chairperson, at that meeting, this was now the outcomes for the portfolio. And again, Minister expressed his utter dissatisfaction with the outcome at that meeting, Chairperson, placed all entities on terms, including GPW, BMA, and ourselves, Chair, and said we need to improve on our audit outcomes. So, Chairperson, I'm not going to go through the details of slide 54. I've already spoken about the audit outcome. It was financially qualified. We were also qualified on performance information. So, Chairperson, there were also issues raised about the modernization strategy and the IT audits in particular, and the AG there said our strategy lacks alignment with current technological standards and operations, the slow pace of implementation across key projects, mismanagement of IT projects, scope creep, integration failures, legacy platforms. All those issues were raised, Chair. But Chairperson, I'm happy to report that these issues are also forming part of the audit action plan and is being monitored as well. So IT audit matters are forming part of our audit action plan. Chairperson, Minister, at that meeting of the 4th of September, committed to the AG three things. He said that in respect of the financial statements for all entities, he expects all of us to produce an unqualified audit outcome as the bare minimum. Chairperson, he also committed to continuous monitoring at executive level of the audit action plan and progress made against these action plans at MMM. This is our ministerial management meeting. Chairperson, I can confirm that that's happening. And then thirdly, to assist, Minister also committed to assist in unblocking anything that could hinder us from turning the audit outcomes around. Chairperson, slide 56 is just the risk and mitigations, if I can call it that. So we do have limited budgets, and that's why we are trying to amplify our budget with self-financing. Our IT infrastructure has a dependency on CETA, and in Pretoria lately, Chairperson, there's also a dependency on city power. And in the last one is the permitting backlogs, Chair. There we are working on structural and capacity issues in order to try and achieve that these backlogs do not continue, Chair. Chairperson, I think if you allow me, I'm going to close here and then ask DG then to deal with the way forward as he has indicated, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO, DG.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks, CFO. So Chair, in line with what the Minister has said, not only with regards to expanding our services, but also to deepen digital transformation and implementing these crucial reforms. Our strategic focus, it's of course on finalizing the digital identity policy, which we will need to look at finalizing in the next few months so that we're able to derive that objective of ensuring that this is done, including the National Identification Registration Bill. And then, of course, is to finalize the revised white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. Of course, related to that will be the legislative framework that we need to do. The Minister has approved the revised paper. It was tabled at the DEVCOM, which is a committee that prepares for DG's cluster. It means it will go to the DG's cluster and then it goes to the minister's cluster. If approved, it goes to cabinet, and once it's done, then it means once we're done with the final part, then it comes your side, Chair and honorable members. And then, of course, the issue related to the ETA, as we have said, and then, of course, accelerating the replacement of green ID books. We will need to move with this based on the footprint expansion that we're doing with the banks. We're of the view that we should be able to replace I think the number now stands at 16 million green ID books that will then encourage South Africans to make sure that they then apply for smart ID cards as part of moving towards that digital identity. And then, of course, strengthening immigration enforcement and refugee management. And then, of course, issues related to culture, the culture change that we spoke about to embrace a digital transformation. This is an initiative that is led by the Deputy Minister. Of course, the critical issue then becomes as you embrace digital transformation, how do you then upskill and reskill staff that is critical so that they're able to adapt to emerging technologies, AI, and new workflows, of course, improving efficiencies, but also to make sure that employees are capacitated for the next wave of technological advancement. And then, of course, to continue with digital processes so that we're able to eliminate, we've already spoken about the work that we're doing in the HR space on e-recruitment. We'll soon be introducing e-leave, and then we've already started with our own e-submissions, which is progressing quite well. So these are part of the reforms that we currently are working on. And then the next slide then indicates the way forward with regards to the audit improvement. I think CFO has spoken to some of this. We have detailed, quite a detailed audit action plan for those areas that are qualified, and then a mandatory internal review of all corrections. And we are starting much early to engage with the Treasury on the protocols and the Office of the Accountant General, including continuous engagement with the AG. I think Chairman is part of the meeting as well. And then the critical thing that we'll want to do, Chair, and we've brought additional capacity to assist us with this, is to conduct interim financial statements audits for Q2 and Q3. We've already brought 2 resources to assist us in this specific area. Both of them are chartered accountants. And then on the financial and performance management preparedness, it's really to ensure that there's adequate time to review the annual financial statements and the performance information. But critical is to make sure that we do not have the silo approach, but work harmoniously and in a uniform manner. And then the timely review of those templates for the financial statements, but also to perform annual re-extractions for performance information. We've already started doing this. The team that the CFO spoke about also visited Gauteng this week to start looking at performance information, and also to make sure that proactively we are able to deal with these issues much earlier before the AG starts. And then, of course, refine the arrangements with DERC. Of course, this is going to change, Chair. Once we have the ETA, there might not be any need for us to have any representation in those missions, because you should be able to apply for any visa category or any other enabling document through devices that you might have. And then, of course, we have engaged internal audit to audit our Q2 financial information. That's currently what they will be doing. And then if we can move to the next slide. In terms of capacity and consequence management, all these areas are from the 8 action areas that the Minister directed us to ensure that we do, is to make sure that there's continuous development and quarterly refresher training, but also training and capacity building, including improved planning. We've just had a very detailed planning session in the past week, including teams from internal audit that were part of that. But critical will be to ensure that where there are deviations, and the Minister and DM have given us their full support, is to effect this consequence management. And then accountability improvement areas is to make sure that we strengthen internal processes for accuracy and completeness of third-party data. This is where we rely on third-party service providers. And the second area here is to implement systems to review performance information before it's submitted to the AG, and then coordination of submission and responses to AGSA. And of course, we'll then strive to work towards it. Unqualified audit, and as part of work that we'll do is to make sure that we work towards a clean audit outcome as a target in performance agreements, and then improve monitoring systems for early gap detection. These are the areas that, Chair, were of the view that if we rigorously implement them, we should be able to place the department on a different trajectory. If we can move to the last, we're almost at the last one, on the audit committee and internal audit. Here, the audit committee members have actually allocated themselves a role. One is looking at information technology, and then the other is looking at performance information and financial statements, so that they boost the capacity in the department. And then in the DG's office, we have that oversight committee and then the added capacity. And then, of course, we'll want to ensure that we conduct management workshops on the value of internal audit as a control temperature checks to serve as an early warning system, and then implement systematic follow-up processes for all internal audit findings. We've already started doing this. And then we'll then work on steps to ensure that we start working towards this clean audit outcome. We've already started benchmarking with other similar sized departments, as CFO has said, and then have a roadmap towards that. And then the change culture that we spoke about, including audit investigations and awareness campaigns around audit improvement strategy. And where people excel, we'll be able to reward and recognize excellence. And then, of course, have a change focus to improve the control environment. And then, Chair, it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs notes this presentation. And then, of course, the last slide, I think colleagues were trying to be innovative. I would like to thank the committee for the support during the period under review. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Yeah, they were innovative, I think. Thanks very much, CFO. Thanks very much, DG, for the presentation. We'll now invite the CIO. The minister has already introduced the two items. Can we now move on? DG?
Yes, Chair. Let me then invite Leon to prayer. As you'll recall, he was seconded by the CSIR to the department as an acting CIO to take us through the presentation on the kiosk and the rollout, as the minister has indicated, to the banks. We've already signed with 7 banks, and of course, the other agencies that have also signed with us, in particular verification agencies. Through you, Chair, if I can then invite Leon to then lead the presentation.
Thank you so much, DG, and good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Minister and DM, Honourable members of the committee, DG and other colleagues on the platform. Chair, as per the Minister and the DG's brief, will just be giving an overview of where we are in terms of the kiosk deployment, that particular project, but also how certain factors impacted us concluding on that particular project, which is really twofold. One is delivery of a particular partner, which I'll highlight briefly going through the slide deck, and then also the strategic shift that also impacted the reprioritization of certain interventions. I think it's also important then to reflect on the factors that influenced this strategic shift as a department and how that ultimately resulted in the reprioritization of all our interventions, which basically then ultimately informed our digital transformation roadmap, as well as then ultimately the expansion of service into the banks, as well as the kiosk deployment. Muzi, can I suggest that you then move to slide number 5? So, Chair, slide number 5 is just an extraction of the scope of the project. So it's really a snapshot of what we aim to deliver through the kiosk project. We acquired 91 kiosks that was manufactured and developed by Commerce Africa. Now, I think the most important part was to now integrate those kiosks into our live capture environment. Now, unfortunately, through a number of iterations, we had to unfortunately reach a point where we terminated the services of that live capture integration partner. which if we move to slide number 6, if you don't mind, Muzi. That determination I have reported on previously as part of the stabilization feedback that we have provided to the portfolio committee. That transpired on the 12th of March. After which we had to seriously focus our intervention into stabilizing the environment. That process took a better part of 3 months, during which period we also had to reimagine the strategic factors that implement or influenced our direction in terms of the digital transformation roadmap, which I've highlighted earlier. If we then move to slide number 7. So really, just in summary, the factors that inhibited progress on this particular project was related to that underperformance of our integration partner, which we have subsequently then replaced. And also due to technological changes and new considerations in terms of the strategy shift, which also then placed a hold on this particular intervention. I have highlighted that we also had to focus on stabilization to ensure that our services remain highly available, as well as introducing resilience. And we focused throughout the period of March to July on that particular stabilization. We can move to slide number 8, Muzi. So these factors that triggered the strategic shift, I know that the DG and the Minister also highlighted some of them, but let me just recap briefly. I think we needed to be innovative in how we approach our cost structure. Seeing that we had an increase in our cost structure, and we wanted to make sure that we still continued to provide services and extend our reach beyond our current offices without the investment into brick and mortar. In other words, invest in online capabilities, but also at the same time look at who we can partner with without necessarily increasing our cost structure. And that necessitated us to also start to aggressively look at the expansions into banks and some of the other government entities. But at the same time, I also acknowledge that whatever interventions we are busy with and undertaking, it needs to be a whole of government approach, so we can rationalize and consolidate contracts and optimize cost where necessary, which also then resulted in us looking at the whole of government approach towards our PKI or PKI services, and that is the security layer that on which the digital identity would then be developed on, and ultimately then serve as the platform through which verifiable credentials across government entities will then be secured and securely be exposed through the digital wallet. And we're working closely with the DSU within the presidency on this particular project. We also had to adopt an approach that would accelerate these new services to market, leveraging some of the synergies that was brought about through some of the partnerships in terms of our infrastructure, which I've already mentioned, but at the same time also exploiting some of the regulatory flexibility that we've experienced through the new CETA regulations. And at the same time, we also had to make sure that whatever we then enter into or develop as new solutions, that it's written in South African ink. So the next slide is really those particular factors or prioritization themes that we had to then reassess each of our interventions against. And we can, thanks, Muzi. We had to look at each of the interventions, whether it will contribute to the eradication of the green ID book, whether it will reduce queues at frontline offices, whether it will improve system stability, reduce our cost or increase revenue. I think the DG also spoke to some of those interventions already in his presentation, whether we have adequate resources, both financial and human capital, to deliver on those prioritized interventions, as well as then whether it will then address some of the Concord rulings, of which I'll touch on in a bit. So the next slide is an outflow of that particular factors that informed the reprioritization of our interventions. I've not extracted the full portfolio of projects, but just wanted to, through this particular snapshot, give you an indication what then came in as the first, second, third priority up to priority number 7. And with the differentiation then from a banking platform and the expansion into the banks came in at priority 2 versus from a kiosk integration at priority 7. So ultimately, if we then move to slide number 11, Muzi, this particular prioritization then directed that the services expansion into bank branches and the partnerships that we have with the banks will then take priority over the kiosk deployments. Now, the recommendation that we still have, which we have made, is seeing that the bank expansion project comes at no cost with the new model to DHA. We still have to perform a life cycle cost feasibility assessment for the kiosk deployments with the intention to see how we could potentially still geographically align the deployment, or the potential deployment of kiosks into non-modernized offices whilst we wait for the banking expansion then to conclude. So that assessment is something that we need to conclude. So moving into the strategic shift into the prioritized bank expansion, slide number 13, is just an extract of the objectives that we then aim to achieve as part of this intervention. And I've spoken to some of them already, but obviously the second last being critically important for us to then introduce a home delivery option and also then to reduce dependency on applications going to the back office, thereby also optimizing the value chain from cradle to grave of all of these applications. So we also reduce the turnaround time on applications that are then made. We can then go to slide number 15, Muzi. We then decided on a particular approach, and there are 3 iterations in the banking expansion project. The first being the prototype, which we have concluded at the end of March this year. The second is what we are currently busy with, and that is the development of the API integration platform, and it's based on a new technology framework which is then enabled through facial recognition as primary modality and also supported by fingerprint, with the intention to move more towards an online application platform rather than going into a particular office. This particular phase will also then focus on the development or the reissues in terms of smart ID cards, as well as then the replacement of the green ID book, with the intent then to rapidly expand into the 1,000 bank branches as per our MTEF target into the latter phase 2, and that will then continue to be the case from April 2026 onwards. If we then go to slide number 19, so just as an extract from our digital transformation roadmap, slide number 19, Muzi. I've just zoomed into the priority number 2, which I've highlighted previously in the list of projects as per the prioritization. So our aim is for 25-26 then to conclude on the integration platform. Development is on track to be concluded by end of November, with the intention then to commence testing and certain use cases from January onwards, with the intent then to then actively expand into the bank branches in 2026-2027, and that's for the purposes of supporting the reissuance of smart ID cards as well as then the green ID book replacement. We'll also introduce home delivery as part of that financial year, as well as then the focus on passport reissues. What we will then continue to do in 2026, 27, 28 financial year is to conduct a feasibility study on the remainder DHA services to then be informed by that feasibility study, which will then be planned for 2028, 2029 and latter years, with the intention then to have the full spectrum of services deployed into the bank branches, so we can extend both our reach and also address quite a number of challenges. I think the Minister spoke about one specifically, whereby there are quite a number of complaints we are receiving, applicants not having access to a particular slot. So if we have access to the majority of bank branches, obviously we're spreading the load and provide the opportunity for more more slots to be booked, etc. Then if we move to slide number 21, this is just an update of where we are with the project in terms of progress. As I've indicated earlier, we're on track to conclude with the development and testing in item number 7 or action number 7, whereafter we will then continue with the necessary change management interventions as well as user acceptance testing with the intent then to distribute the release between December and January for testing by the respective banks. Our intention is then to pilot those the API gateway and associated applications up until the end of March to ensure that the environment is stable, that our underlying infrastructure is also stable. So once we open open it up to all the bank branches that have access to the API gateways, that our underlying infrastructure, value chain, etc., is streamlined enough to then take all of those applications and can process it within the time that is expected. So just from a way forward, if we go to slide number 23, Mercy, Chair, the intention is still then or the acknowledgement that kiosks will remain an interim channel for us, for our non-modernized offices, obviously, whilst we're expanding into the banks until it's fully implemented. But it relies on us concluding on that comparative life cycle cost analysis, which I've alluded to earlier, just to ensure that we don't incur unnecessary cost and that we also overlay the potential deployment of the kiosks with the bank expansion project so we don't overlap and introduce unnecessary cost. Let me pause here, Chair, and hand back to you for any potential questions that may follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobias, for the detailed brief and the Director General, the CFO. I will now invite members to comment and if there are questions, and we'll then invite the department to respond, and we'll invite also the the AG to comment if there are issues that will arise from the conversation that will be entering on now. Can I invite members? Honorable Bolman, Honorable Rose, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Ngobeni.
Myself, Chairperson.
Okay, noted. Honorable Mokhale, Honorable Machi.
Please.
Yes, can we proceed, Honorable Bolman?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and to our colleagues. In terms of the annual report, I do have 4 questions I would like to ask on that, and then one on the kiosks. Regarding the annual report, I would like to know in terms of the electronic travel authorization, what the key milestones and risk mitigation plans are to ensure that the system does go live in the 2025-2026 year as projected. My second question would be in terms of the collaboration that exists between Operation Vulindlela Tourism and DTRC to ensure that visa reforms are coordinated with the broader economic growth initiatives. What collaboration does exist? The third question is in terms of the Immigration Advisory Board's reconstitution to improve regulatory responsiveness and policy coherence. How will this be integrated? And given that for every 12 to 13 tourists, 1 new job is created, how does the department plan to scale the trusted tour operation scheme to new markets beyond China and India? And then regarding the kiosks, obviously we live in South Africa, and given persistent access gaps in townships and rural areas, especially for our first-time ID and grant applicant, or at least the ID applicants for grants. What practical routes are being put into service where people are already there? Meaning, how will the department leverage partnerships with the banks, malls, self-service kiosks, providers at least, to expand digital services to points in underserved areas? And when can those citizens see the sites go live? I think it's important that for me, just having done a few oversight visits to our rural parts of KZN, there's a massive deficit and inaccessibility to the offices by those folks. I think it's important that we do keep them in mind as we go forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Bowman. Honourable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and the DG for and to Mr. Dupree for the comprehensive presentations. And allow me, Chair, to start by welcoming the significant improvement on the APP target achievement, up from 71% in the last financial year to 83% in this financial year. Chair, I do believe the DG was being quite modest when he indicated an improvement in the immigration service, because it's not only about achieving a target and say, right, you achieved it, it's done. If you look at the visa processing, the difference between the 23-24 financial year and the 24-25 financial year, we're talking about critical skills visa being processed on time used to be 52%. It's now 89%. Business visas being processed on time used to be 61%. It's now 97%. And general work visas being processed on time used to be 10%. And it is now 98%. So a massive congratulations from our side for this dramatic improvement in just one financial year, Chair. Chair, the department has made commendable progress obviously in driving its digital transformation and visa reform agenda, and this is a key apex priority of the Department of Home Affairs to grow the economy and create jobs through visa reforms and making it easy for those who want to travel and invest in South Africa to be able to do so. But the success of digital reforms depends on a skilled and motivated workforce. So there was some mention of it in the presentation, but my question is, how is the department ensuring that adequate IT training, change management and performance incentive for officials, especially at high volume service points, is being given so that the workforce can come along with the technology development? Then, Chair, we also recognize the huge improvement in the immigration affairs performance. And I think it was acknowledged by the DG, but this shows that we can implement visa reforms to encourage tourism and investment by foreign nationals, while also dealing decisively with illegal immigration. So it doesn't have to be one or the other. And I think the trusted tour operator scheme and the trusted employer scheme are really good reforms that have already seen created over 850 tourism jobs. My question in this regard is, will the department be monitoring impact data on the TTOS, the TES, and the upcoming electronic travel authorization system, including tourism inflows, job creation, and revenue gains, to measure the economic contribution of these migration reforms and make adjustments when necessary? I think it's important, Chair, because if it's an apex priority that we contribute to economic development, that we also measure that we do that. Then, Chair, we also welcome the elimination of unauthorized expenditure and the reduction of irregular expenditure from 728 million to 225 million, which shows improvement in financial governance in this case. Of course, there's the issue of the digitization project. And my question in this regard is regarding the irregular expenditure of 130 million, what safeguards and project management improvements are being implemented to ensure clean procurement and delivery on schedule of this project? Then, Chair, while noticeable gains have been achieved in reducing backlogs and improving service efficiency, there remains areas of financial control and system capacity where strength and management focus will be needed to deliver the Home Affairs at Home vision. So my question here is, we've noted this oversight or this audit oversight committee, and every year we get told that there's an audit committee and the audit action plan has been drawn up and there's timelines, etc. And then every year we come back and it hasn't happened. So what is different about this audit oversight committee? What makes it different from previous years where we've been assured that there's going to be strict measures put in place, there's going to be audit action plans, they're being monitored, and then we come to the end of the year and there's repeat findings. My question is, what is different this time and about this intervention? Then the department fell short of its 1.6 billion rand revenue target. And the question is, what measures are being taken to strengthen revenue collection from new streams, such as the NPR verification fee regulations, to ensure sustainable funding for digital infrastructure? Then, in terms of system reliability and connectivity, I've managed to go on several oversight visits over the last 2 months, particularly to Cresta, Boksburg, Mamelodi, for example. So in different types of areas, some in shopping centres, some brick and mortar Home Affairs offices. And the overachievement on smart ID issuance is another phenomenal achievement, Chair. It's 3.6 million issued versus a target of 2.5 million. And it shows a proof of this improvement. The general feedback is that it's not that systems are never offline, but the offline gets resolved relatively quickly, and we're back on track. So my question here is, what progress has been made with CETA and private sector partners to stabilize core systems and to enable Home Affairs at Home accessibility nationwide? Chairperson, in conclusion, just questions about the kiosks. What are the security expenses of the...
Hello, Honorable Machi. Honorable Ruas conclude. Can you mute Honorable Ruas is concluding, please, as you said, you are Bongam. Just conclude, Honorable Ruas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So on the kiosk, I think it's, even as I look at the devices, it looks like something where you can hitch a chain around it and tow it away. My question is really on the security expenses of these kiosks. I mean, what are some of the general security expenses to secure the physical machines themselves and protect them against vandalism? And then how does the business model make sense from a support point of view? Because if one has 91 units across an entire country and they may be deployed in different areas, there needs to be some sort of a tech support. And it seems that it's built by a third party, and the idea was that it would be maintained by a third party. So how would national tech support be made available for such a small number of devices with such a small footprint? It doesn't really seem to make financial sense at all. So if you could just give us an indication of that. But Chairperson, I think the overall picture is resoundingly positive, with the department showing real momentum in modernizing systems and reforming the visa regime, which are two of their key deliverables, and which are key deliverables for job creation and economic inclusion. So we welcome this report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ruas. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, community members and all departments. Thank you for the presentation of the Department of Home Affairs 2024 and to 2025 annual reports and financial statements. We acknowledge the progress made, including the improvement in performance from 71% to 83%, and the reductions of irrigation expenditure. However, there are still serious concerns that requires urgent attention, Chairperson. Key targets such as digitization, the visa system, and birth registration are not achieved. These are crucial for improving service delivery and must prioritize, Chairperson. Let me come to Kiosks and bank projects. Honorable Chairperson, We welcome the plan to expand the department service through banks to improve access and reduce cost. The shift to banks to positive, but Kiosks must not become wasted assets. I have a question. My question is one on Home Affairs. How will data be protected when working with banks? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning to the colleagues as well as the officials from the department. Mine are just really clarity-seeking questions, and I think that part of what I wanted to ask, I think Honorable Mtolo has kind of aggregated it, but I will ask it anyway, perhaps just to strengthen the point. I think it's very important for us to remember that in our quest to deliver all of the services, the underlying guiding principle is that we need to restore dignity and trust in how Home Affairs serves its people. And we also need to be able to realize all of what has been presented here on the ground and not just in particular spots and satellite locales. And so I want to ask my 4 questions in this way. The first one is these 91 self-service kiosks that intend to expand the smart ID and passport access. We've heard in this presentation that the deployment in that regard is incomplete and that the integration partner has been terminated. What I would like clarity on is how much has been spent to date in this regard. With what has been spent, what value has been realized, and are we now expecting taxpayers to fund the assets that are now currently stranded and idling across the country? I just want to know whether that is what the case is in that regard. The other question, I think this is where Honorable Mtolo and I are in alignment, is this shift towards the bank-based service delivery. It sounds efficient, and some of us who have used it purely because of our own sense of access can agree that these services can be efficient, but I want just to know what guarantees exist that this model will not exclude the millions of South Africans who are unbanked. I did hear the minister allude to the fact that they are reaching out to the most rural of areas. And, while you travel, you realize just how rural it can get. And so, we want assurances in this regard that those who live very far from formal banking infrastructure will also be catered for. And I would like to hear from the minister that there is an absolute assurance because I've really just come back from one of those areas, and sometimes you wonder how it is that people are able to survive in some of these remote places. And so I'd like to know in this regard Home Affairs' intention to make sure that our constitutional duty to serve every South African, regardless of where they live or whether they hold a bank card, can be assured. The third part of my question, again, follows on with regards to data protection. There has been in the presentation that we are, soliciting the assistance of private banks. And so, again, I want to ask a question. I think another honorable member asked this question around, binding safeguards to ensure that our biometrics as citizens and our personal data remain under state control, because it's very worrying that we are sitting in a situation in South Africa where the services that should be provided by the state for its citizens are now being almost outsourced to private entities, and that should not be the case. We want to know what assurances exist, because the idea that this model has been cleared by the information regulator and CETA, as well as POPIA, as well as our national security standards, I think we need absolute vehement declaration that we will not be, citizens' data will not be abused in this regard. I just want to put a caveat in this regard, Chairperson, because it is concerning that there can seem to be a breach of the integrity of our national database in terms of our citizens' data. And so we want to know that our nation is not going to be, outsourcing all of our data to the cloud of people with private interests. My final question, when the minister and the department spoke about, delivery timelines, I think that, where credit is due, we must give it. And I think that the energy that we want to currently see in terms of the agility with which Home Affairs seems to be moving, we would like that to, the ante on that to be upped a little bit. And so I just want to get a sense with regards to, whether or not there has been a complete comparative cost-benefit analysis, particularly between these kiosks and the banks. And I want to know, when the 3-year implementation pipeline should be tabled before the committee, so that we can be very clear that we're not going to be having postponements and postponements and postponements, so that we can actually ensure that South Africans can begin to trust this department and its entities and all of the services that it's supposed to deliver to the people of South Africa. And so, finally, I think my final remark here is just to call on the minister and officials here and the department, honestly, to lock themselves up into a declaration of delivery before this committee today. I think South Africans deserve some sense of assurance in that regard. I will end it there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Machi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings also to our respective officials led by Honorable Minister and DM. Greetings to my honorable colleagues, members of the committee. Firstly, I've got to appreciate such a massive improvement. The presentations are giving great hope. Thank you, hoping that we are going to keep on moving this way, moving forward. Thank you, Chairperson. Some of my questions have been partially covered by my colleagues, so I'm left with few on annual report and also financial statements in the kiosk. The department recorded an 83% target achievement rate, but failed to meet the key digitalization and e-visa milestones. What specific constraints, financial, technical, or capacity related, are hindering full digital transformation? Irregular expenditure decreases from 614 million to 243 million, but 82% of the balance related to DHA. What concrete steps have been taken to ensure proper procurement, compliance, and consequences management? Last in this one, the way forward section mentions finalizing the digital identity policy and a revised white paper in citizenship, immigration and refugee protection. What timelines and stakeholders consultations processes are in place for their completion and implementation? When going to the kiosk, the strategy drivers section enlisted, but its content is not detailed in the slides provided. What are the specific measurable strategic drivers e.g. specific targets for citizen reach, cost reduction, percentages, service, time improvements, that makes the bank expansion model more favorable than the kiosk project. A key risk identified is that deployed kiosks may become stranded assets. Which specific kiosk locations are currently most at the risk of being stranded due to overlapping plenty bank partnerships? And what is the estimated financial value of these potential stranded assets? The last one, the way forward includes finalizing a 3-year portfolio pipeline and quarterly release plans. What are the key milestones, targeted number of new bank branches, and projected citizen covered for the first year of the pipeline? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machi. Honorable Mohale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think my colleagues have touched on some of the issues that I wanted to raise. But Chair, I'll just deal with what I believe was not dealt with. Chair, we note the campaign that the department has been running, particularly the media campaigns. But I would have loved maybe if the department can also run a campaign around the issues of fake marriage, just to make the public aware and also inform them of the processes that need to be followed in terms of how to report such cases. And also coming to the work of the anti-corruption unit, I want to ask Chair, the case of Mrs. Lileo Nghowa, who's a senior official within the SAPS, I believe that case was reported to the department a long time ago. Whether it is among the cases that have been finalized. And also the case of Ms. Ntate Maoge, the former mayor of Fixbeck, which was brought to our attention a few weeks ago through an email. If those cases have been addressed and what is their status. Chair, the report of the AG last time raised issues regarding the reliability of some of the recorded achievements by the department on the smart card and fraud cases that are being investigated and so on. So how is the department ensuring that the evidence that they need to provide for such is there? What steps are being taken to ensure that all these achievements they are backed by credible evidence? Chair, with regards to the services that are being now provided with partnership with the banks, I just want to ask Chair whether the rollout is only going to be limited to the big 5 banks that we all know, or is there an intention to also include the Post Bank and banks like Itala Bank and others as part of the rollout of the Home Affairs services? And also the details of such agreements, Chair, how much is the department spending? How much is the department spending? The details of these agreements. And also, lastly, maybe Chair, we've seen the protest around the rollout of the digital ID in the UK and I believe other parts of Europe. And I think that should be something that we also take into consideration the issues that are being raised there and how, as the department plans to also introduce this digital ID, how are they going to deal with some of the issues? Is it something that is going to be mandatory, forced down the throats of people? Or are people going to have an option in terms of whether they can still keep their smart cards or green ID books? Also, Chair, on the issue of the land compliance on the repeat audit filings, what actions have been taken against the officials involved in the continuous non-compliance? So I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Mudisemta. She had indicated earlier the difficulties of the network, but I see she had raised the hand. Thanks, members. And the questions and comments that you have made in relation to the presentation, and thanks the DG, the CFO, and Mr. Dubrius on areas of improvement, and also that the AG has highlighted, and some of the setbacks that you have indicated, which will have action plans moving forward. I have also few issues to raise, and members have already labored extensively on some of those issues. The Auditor General has indicated, the CFO, that there are legislative non-compliance in monitoring and in strengthening controls. And I think that is a concern that has been raised by the Auditor General, including the consequence management, as highlighted also by Honorable Mkhale. I think if we can elaborate more on what are the legislative areas which constituted weaknesses caused by officials in terms of the implementation. You also indicated that some of the assets that are not belonging to the department, I thought that you'll extensively elaborate more, that may have contributed negatively to the process of audit outcome. And if you can expand which assets and apportion to which a portfolio within Home Affairs or any institution, so that at least we're clear on the areas that you are have indicated. And also on non-recovery of revenue, you also demonstrated that you'll deal with this matter within this, if I quote you correctly, within this month. And I wanted just to demonstrate to the committee the plans that, and what were the weaknesses that might have contributed for such a period of time if there were no plans, and what convinces the CFO to indicate that they will deal with it within this month. The area of the 30-day period of paying service providers, which were not achieved. And I think this is a matter that is recurring. In the last audit outcome, we dealt with it, and there was a commitment from the CFO that they would work on this matter, and I think the action plan was also presented before the portfolio committee. I wanted to check whether what contribute is either is budget allocation as a first point, or is non-services, incomplete services that has been procured by the department, or whether is the change of plans that are indicated. Because if you go to the Auditor General, they cite that there are certain programs that are not implemented and have been in abeyance for a period of time. If the CFO can demonstrate that part, whilst I'm still the CFO, the DG has indicated that there's 100% procured services to women. And if we can demonstrate the category of those services that were procured, and why there's no highlight of people living with a disability and youth in terms of the percentage that has been articulated by the DG. If we can get a sense whether it was just an highlight of areas of work, but it's important given the theme of the Auditor General in relation to service delivery to the people, and also participation in the service work in relation to the economic activity. So if you can labor on that. The other area that in terms of the legislation and the bills that we're dealing with, you know that we're currently interfacing with the OSBP. The department is engaged in National Treasury on the PPP to implement the one border post in the 3 port of entry. If we can just be updated around that program, there's a significant program that will contribute to safeguard security, also economic movement. So I wanted the department at least to labor on that. On the program too, on the previous years, there was a concern both from the committee and also from the department in relation to, and I must note that the improvement, the target of the ID smart card, it has been noted, but there's been concern in terms of the collection of this ID. If we still remain with that high uncollected ID, if the department also can give an indication around that matter. The last 2 points also is on the vacancies, critical vacancies that we have been briefed on. I'm sure the DG, you have indicated that Mr. Dubres is acting seconded from CSIR. What is the plan around that? Because this is a matter has been sitting with the department and the committee, and also the immigration portfolio, including the HR, if they've been done or not, and also the challenges, and if not, what is the time frame around that? Because there was a commitment in our previous engagement that there's a turnaround time to respond to this issues. It will appear from the tone of both the minister and Du Bois that they are reluctant to, there's a change of tone, let me put it like that. And if you go back when we're presenting the matter of the interventions of the department around the kiosks, in both the portfolio committee and also the presentation of all of us, including the minister, in the debate, there was a positive attitude and appreciation on 3 interventions that expand services. One, on the mobile trucks that at that point they've started at 100,000 or so, or there were 100 or so, and there was an overtime increase in terms of budget allocation. There was interventions of the banks, which I think is a demonstration that we're going to that space. There's also an integration of intervention of the kiosks. And these 3 interventions where there was plans in relation, and if you recall DDG Mavuso in our last committee meeting, I can't recall the actual date, there was an indication that there will be a first in the 3rd quarter. In the 3rd quarter, 4th quarter of piloting one of the kiosks. But there's 2 strange a tone that I'm not sure whether we've noted it, and I'm happy that Honorable Rose also has intervened around contributions, and Honorable Ntolo and Gobeni. It will appear that the department want to abandon this kiosks. And this is a significant interventions in line with the expansion of services to both urban and rural areas. And we all know that the interventions of mobile trucks, it was to reach out also to areas where we're not able to have access to our people. So within that framework and context, when also it was launched, there was that intervention around these kiosks. So I wanted to get a sense from the department, which is a worrying statement in relation to how you've coined your remark, Minister, and I think supported by Mr. Du Bois. To me, it will appear that the department want to abandon this initiative, and which is it will be untactical or a wrong move that you want to take because it will assist to advance and carry expansion of services to our people. The last point is on the cancellation or replacement of service providers within the IT environment. I'm unable to coin it proper, but replacement of services of IT within the IT environment. And we have raised this thing with the Auditor General, and I think you have better expressed view from the concerns of the Auditor General in terms of the where the sitter is sitting. I want to get a sense whether what are the cost implications of these service providers within the IT environment that you are replacing, and also in terms of money or budget that they have been paid. And I think the CFO have undertaken that you are renegotiating some of the services, whether these ones are negotiating the prices that are allocated to them is lesser, or the performance or the skill that the capacity they're bringing. So if you can expand to that, and I think we'll be also requesting that in future, we'll request a detailed brief around the areas of shift of replacement of services that impact negatively, and those that you are bringing in that impact positively to enhance our IT environment. The last point is on the life cycle assessment of the kiosk, that can we be finished with the time frame, because in the last committee meeting there was an indication of a turnaround plan and the deployment of these mobile trucks. I'll also recommend that the committee may need to conduct an oversight to the banks once the department has completed their service level agreement, and also their operations, and also test the conduct oversight on this mobile what you call self services. We see them on paper, so that we're able to have a direct link between what we are presenting and what is on the ground, and also the modernization hub that has been renovated. In our oversight visit, DG, there was a high indication of progress around this hub. So it's an area that the committee may need to visit. I will now invite the department, as I've indicated, that AG will comment also later for them to comment on the issues. I see the hand of Honorable Mudisemta and Honorable Ngobeni. I'm not sure whether it's in legacy hands before I invite the department.
Mine is not a legacy hand, Chair.
Okay, can I check with Honorable Mudisemta? Okay, Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence, and maybe let me ask for an apology in case this was dealt with in a meeting that I was not present at. But I think it's an important response that we may need to get at the end of the responses to the questions already asked. This is a contemporary issue that we have been experiencing in the last couple of days, and I also was a victim of this. I just want to get a categorical response from the department with regards to when people's identifications and passports have been withheld for reasons called security checks, or that there is, some question around people's identities. My personal experience is that you just get stonewalled from the department. You do not necessarily get a reasoning as to what is it that is holding back progress on your application. You've seen that people have marched to the department in Pretoria. I think this was sometime earlier this week. I just want to get an answer as to why people are not given reasons as to why their IDs and their passports are being held for reasons underscored as a security check or some kind of dubious activity that may be related to their IDs. I just want to get an answer, because it is a contemporary issue and it is affecting a lot of people, and particularly elderly people at that. I know it's not part of this meeting, but I think it's important we get a response if it hasn't been responded to previously. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, DG. You will delegate the responses to your team, and once they've concluded, you will respond, and then the minister will be the last, and then we invite Auditor General. DG?
No, thank you so much, Chair, and thanks once more to yourself and honorable members. And let me take this opportunity to respond to some of the issues that were raised. Those that are finance related, CFO will deal with. And then on footprint expansion, Mr. Mavuso will deal with those, including data protection. And then I suppose on this kiosk, Leon Dupree will deal with. Safe to say, Chair, let me start with the questions that you have raised yourself with regards to The first one was in relation to the, let me look at the ports of entry, the last question that you've raised. Where are we with regards to that process? Chair, we've progressed quite well. As you know, we started the process quite some time. There were delays with regards to that project. With regards to the Triple P for the redevelopment of the main 6 ports that are quite busy. We've gone through to the market. Where we are now, Chair, there has been negotiations with prospective service providers, and Ernst & Young, including Bowmans, are the appointed companies that are assisting us to craft the final agreements. And by the 31st of March 2026, we should have finalized the agreements with the bidders. So that's where we are with regards to that matter. Chair, you asked a question with regards to consequence management. And I can indicate, Chair, that for Q2 in particular, there were about 17 misconduct cases, of which about 13 of those, translating to 76%, were cases that we needed to conclude within 90 days. Out of the 13, only one was concluded outside that process. It's a matter that's still ongoing. And then there's 3 that are not yet concluded. Now, the majority of these cases are related to mainly issues around irregular processing of IDs and issues related to misconduct. And then, of course, of those that we were able to conclude, there were a number of outcomes. One was that 5 of those were guilty versions. We're just waiting for the sanctions from the chairpersons that were chairing those. 4 were dismissals, and 3, I think it was written warnings, and then only 1 was not guilty. So if you look at it from between April and September 2025, we dealt with about 27 misconduct cases, and then about 20 of these were concluded timeously. Now, there was an issue that you raised, Chair, with regards to the banks. Just to indicate once more that we are working with the current banks that are there, but we've also had additional banks that have joined, as we indicated, 17, particularly from those that had started with us in 2016. And so we now have banks that were not part of that initial agreement, such as African Bank, such as Capitec, that have now signed the agreements. And I think it speaks to the issue that's been raised around security for our documents. I think it was raised much earlier by Honorable Mutolo with regards to data protection. Chair, we only work with banks that adhere to the strictest security standards, including the security parameters that have been identified. You will note in the agreements all those issues are there, and we've already concluded those master agreements with ABSA, Nedbank, Time Bank, FNB, Capitec, Discovery, and then African Bank as well. So the key thing is that we have to ensure that there's compliance with POPIA, Honorable Ngobeni, but also we're monitored quite tight by the information regulator. In fact, we've already had a session with them with regards to this matter. And so far, through the agreement that we've had from 2016, there has not been any breaches to date with regards to that. And then there's an issue that I think I need to emphasize, Chair. If you look at the mobile trucks, they're able to give us much more penetration, in particular in the rural areas. My contribution to the question that we have raised, Chair, on the kiosk, not only yourself, by Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Roos, and Honorable Mtolo, I don't think we can say at this stage as a department we are abandoning this kiosk that we have brought onto the department. Of course, I think the minister illustrated in the input that the strategy has changed, and I don't think we can have these stranded assets. We'll then engage further with regards to what can be done. With regards to how do we then deal with this matter internally. And then I suppose on the digital ID, Chair, because those are policy related issues, including the smart ID, I will leave those to the minister to deal with. Now, on the ETA, this is a question that Honorable Bowman and Honorable was also raised. We're making very good progress, I must say, here on the ETA, and in terms of key milestones where we are. Of course, we need to mitigate all the risks that are involved. I can tell you this morning we had 2 applications that were successful, Honorable Ross, Honorable Bowman. On the ETA, we have had engagements. I think this week it was the ambassador of Mexico. So we've identified 4 countries that are mainly from non-visa exemption countries: Mexico, India, Indonesia, and China. And this morning we were successful in finalizing 2 applications. So what do we then do to deal with the issue that you have raised, Honorable Bowman, around risk mitigation? We then check those applications against the hit list to make sure that the BMA does not receive an undesirable person. So that's what we currently are doing with regards to those applications. So it's already work that is in progress. And then on tourism, Vulindlela collaboration, Honorable Bowman, we have a very close working relationship on the TITOS. The success that we've made within a short period in the last few months, we were able to enroll almost close to 40,000 tourists from China and India. And this is because the committee that adjudicates on who becomes a member of the TITOS comprises the Department of Tourism, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Transport, and State Security, to make sure that we do not attract undesirable persons into the country. So it's been one of our success stories, and it keeps growing. And obviously, we'll now need to look at where do we expand. There are countries that are now saying, why are we included, and why have we been left out of this activity? It's the same with the partnership with the banks. We're close to finalizing a number of initiatives with regards to this. I think there were successful tests that were conducted this week with Standard Bank, with FNB, and I think Capitec. So we're closer to rolling out those banks. And Honorable Ngobeni, it speaks to the issue that you've raised. If you look at the footprint that the banks have, and all of them have said there needs to be a bias towards communities that are in rural areas. FNB has indicated they've got about 660 branches in all those, and some of them are located in your most rural areas. Capitec has said they've got about 880 branches, and they're willing to assist us. So there are no cost implications with regards to this exercise. The banks are purchasing the IT equipment. The banks will be reskilling some of their staff to do some of this work so that we can then bring, you'll recall that as part of the old 2016 agreement, we had seconded our own officials to the banks. So those officials can come back, and then we can then utilize them in an area where they are most needed in the department, including civics and immigration. Now, on data protection, again, Honorable Ngobeni, you will recall that before these agreements were signed, whether it's with verification agencies and the banks, our data was all over out there. We didn't know who was accessing, because some of those that we had agreements with were extending to other service providers. So we have now reclaimed Home Affairs from the streets, as we say in the department, by ensuring that anyone who's transacting has signed an agreement to make sure that they will adhere to POPIA, and also ensure that we do not attract fines from the information regulator. And then on the Immigration Advisory Board, I think I'll leave this to the Minister. Safe to say that already they've given us advice on what needs to be done with regards to a number of dispensations, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, of course, to a lesser extent, Angola, because the population was quite small. And then I think, Honorable Ross, you asked a question with regards to the revenue targets. I can indicate that for the month of September, I think we'd billed 167 million. And then August, I think it was around 93. But so far, there's 100 million that's already been collected through that verification exercise, which I think is quite good. And we're now billing them much more stricter and faster, and the turnaround times are now quite quicker. On the reskilling, the issue that you have indicated, Honorable Ross, we signed earlier this year an agreement with the University of Pretoria and PCETA. Earlier this week, they shared with us some of the preliminary findings around the skills and needs, which we will take into consideration once we have subjected this to our own executive and also the minister and the DM. So that's work in progress that we currently are working on. I think the other issues to note, it's the progress that we're making, Honorable Ross, on the backlogs and dealing with the other related issues. So let me then invite the CFO to respond to what will be different this time in terms of the audit action plan that we spoke about, which Honorable Ross has asked, and thereafter followed by Mr. Mavuso, and then Leon to respond to issues related to IT before we hand back to the Minister. Thank you so much.
Chairperson, if I may.
Proceed, CFO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll start off with Honourable Roos's first question on the digitization and the irregular expenditure in respect of digitization and what safeguards we now have in place. Chairperson, the detail of the irregular expenditure is set out in Part E of the annual report, starts on page 176. In respect of digitization in particular, Chairperson, it was found to be irregular because we didn't follow the CETA procurement process route. Subsequent to that, Chair, we are now following the CETA procurement route diligently, and even if it just looks like IT, we go to CETA. So, Chair, and the digitization contract is also coming to an end, Chair, so that expenditure will also reduce. Chairperson, then if I could link the irregular expenditure also to the question the Honourable Mahia asked, the expenditure for our irregular expenditure for 23-24, Chairperson, was 728 million rands. We have reduced that irregular expenditure to 202 million. As I explained in my presentation, Chairperson, that 202 consists of two items. It's a very old security tender of 2014, and then compensation of employees where we received the condonation in the new financial year. So Chairperson, if we manage to clear the security tender, then our irregular expenditure balance or closing balance will be zero. Chairperson, Honourable Roos also asked the question, what's different this year? And it's true, Chairperson, we prepare an audit action plan every year. We drive that audit action plan, we present it, it gets validated, it gets monitored, and presented on. So what makes it different this, Chair, is and the Audit Oversight Committee in particular, Chair. So this is a committee that supports the DG. It's not supporting me, Chair, as CFO, but what's also different, Chairperson, is that given the focus and the location of this committee now in DG's office, the audit action plan and the outcomes to be achieved in terms of this audit action plan is also no longer only my responsibility. In the past, it was seen as a CFO responsibility or a finance issue, and participation and compliance was secondary in some of the core businesses. So for me, that's different, Chair. Chairperson, the DG chaired that meeting, as I've indicated, and it was also advice given to us by the IEC, where the chairperson there indicated, Chair, that was one of the success factors is to escalate the ownership of the audit action plan to a higher level beyond the CFO level. Chairperson, on the revenue target, our revenue target was 1.6 million. We did not achieve that target. We have several possible other revenue streams. The ETA is one, Chair. TTOS is another one. The Trusted Employer Scheme is another one. We can also increase our visa fees, Chair. So that in the immigration space, there is space, Chair, to increase revenue streams considerably. Chairperson, if I can then move on to your questions about the AG and the non-compliance with laws and regulations. Chairperson, that is also in the annual report set out on pages 211 going forward. Basically, Chair, we have not complied with the PFMA when you have material restatements because you then did not submit accurate and complete financial statements. 30-day payments is another PFMA non-compliance. If you incur irregular expenditure, then that's non-compliance of the PFMA. And then on revenue management, we also had at the findings, as well as on consequence management. So, Chairperson, so if you ask me what legislation we did not comply with, I would say to you it's basically the PFMA, also the Public Procurement Act, and then there's the material irregularity where we're still dealing with that aspect, Chair. Chairperson, you also asked me about material irregularity, and I said, Chairperson, that we hope to conclude on that matter in this month, in October 2025. So, Chairperson, we have been engaging the AG on the material irregularity relating to relating to our inability to collect fines and penalties for a long time. Chairperson, so that function has now been transferred. The function to collect and to impose and collect fines and penalties was transferred to the BMA with effect from the 1st of April 2023. So we, as Home Affairs, are dealing with the past. The matter of emphasis paragraph in our annual report, in our audit report, Chair, relates to this material irregularity and our inability to collect fines and penalties. So, Chair, we have impaired that. We had what was outstanding to conclude on the material irregularity was a meeting between our service provider and the AG on the method and calculations done to determine the financial loss. That meeting has happened, Chair. The AG has met with, and the MI team has met with our service provider. The second issue was a legal opinion on the recoverability of the fines and penalties. So, Chair, the issue here is that we are, as Home Affairs, we are dealing with the fines and penalties going back before 2013. Most of those fines and penalties are not recoverable and have prescribed. So we had to get a legal opinion to confirm that, Chair, and we have obtained that legal opinion. Obviously, Chair, from a Home Affairs perspective, we are submitting the audit of the legal opinion as well as the feedback from our service provider. It's still then for the AG and the MI team at the AG to consider our responses and decide whether we have now sufficiently addressed the MI. So, Chair, I'm saying from a Home Affairs perspective, we are submitting and we are also compelled to submit before the end of this month, Chair, in terms of the MI guidelines. Chairperson, on the assets, the immovable assets, the challenge we had with our immovable assets is that we made renovations and improvements to ports of entry over the years. And the ports of entries belong to the Department of Public Works. Now, Chairperson, with the establishment of the BMA, the ports of entry, the infrastructure at the ports of entry are also supposed to move or to be transferred to the BMA. We could not provide sufficient audit evidence to the AG to substantiate our figures, but I believe this is something we have now managed to do, Chair, so we are there. We also need to convince the BMA that this is the value of the assets to be transferred to the BMA. There's still a challenge because these assets, as I say, Chair, belongs to Public Works. It doesn't belong to Home Affairs. In terms of the BMA Act, my understanding is that these assets will then be transferred at a point in time from Public Works when BMA is ready to accept such. So, Chair, that was the issue with the immovable asset register and the figures there. Chair, I've spoken about the MI and excuse me, and the actions to be taken by the department in the month of October. On 30-day payments, Chairperson, so Chairperson, 30-day payments is if you do not achieve 100% of your payments within 30 days, then that one invoice makes you non-compliant because you are supposed to pay all your invoices within 30 days of date of receipt. So if you miss one, then you're in non-compliance. So, Chairperson, the issue then for us was, is it a material issue for us to be penalized by the AG for this aspect? As I've said, Chair, we have consistently paid our invoices within 30 days at 98, 97, 99% over the years. So we will still engage with AG on that. So, Chairperson, if you then ask now, why are we not paying all our invoices within 30 days? We have challenges with travel invoices in particular, as well. And in this financial year, 25-26, we struggled with the BAS conversions, versions 5 to 6. That caused us to make payments in general, but that's now behind us. Chairperson, I think I've addressed all the questions posed to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CFO. DDG Mavuso?
No, thanks, Chair, and honorable members. So I'll just address a few questions. I think there was on the issue of the digitization contract. I just want to give an expanded explanation what CFO indicated when the project was conceptualized. One of the things that was included in the digitization specification was to get a service provider that was going to get the high volume scanners, your overhead scanners for the books and also microfilm scanners. So I think, and which also included the training of staff. It included HR management because those graduates that were being recruited, we needed to ensure that the company that will come on board will do HR management, open the files, ensure issues of attendance, and also do record keeping during that period when those records are handed over to them. So that is why we did not go through the CETA route, but I think we were exhausted the discussion with the AG trying to explain that HR management training has got nothing to do with CETA. So that is why that irregular expenditure arose. The second thing I think that was asked, Honorable Ntolo, around the issue of the data management. I think, Chair, we'll appreciate the fact that in the majority, the work that we currently do with the banks is that they do the reissue. In other words, they don't enroll a person for the first time as the person exists. By the time you go and apply for a smart ID card and also the passport, you already exist in the system. So it's mainly reissuing to a document to a South African who's already in existence, because birth registration is still conducted at our health facilities across the country. Then obviously ensuring data protection, that's why one of the issues is around IT working on data encryption. Then the other issue relating to the footprint expansion, I think Minister did explain earlier, Chair, what we have done is we adopted a multi-channel strategy, which include mobile units. I think Honorable Gobeni talked about far-flung areas where those mobile units, they go to. What we have also done with the banks, we've looked at offices that are non-modernized and also whether the banks have got a presence in those areas. So that has been confirmed that the presence exists. So the bank project expansion will therefore cover those particular areas. Now, Honorable Govind also asked around the kiosk in terms of the benefit. As I think as we've explained, we're looking at mechanisms that are much more cheaper to maintain in relation to that, because the kiosk project also comes with ensuring that the kiosks are serviced, monitored 24/7 for interception, for also the issue relating to ensuring that you refill paper and all those things so that it keeps on functioning. So those are some of the issues relating to now looking at the cost analysis. At this point, when we bought the 91 units, they were at about 20.63 million that we expended on those 91 kiosks that we have currently for now. And then just also to make mention on the digitization project, we have digitized now over 60 million records since inception. And this has led to civic services able to access records much more easier for amendments of records, which has also shown in improved in turnaround time when people do amendments. So the benefit already is already been felt, is being felt by back office when they take applications for amendments. So I think those are the issues that I thought I should address based on the questions that have been asked. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, DDG Mavuso. Just on one matter, DDG, if we were getting you clear, is that the services at the banks, if you have a new application which is not on the system, you will not be assisted. Is that my understanding?
No, Chair. What I'm saying is that a person who goes to the bank already exists in the database on the National Population Register because their birth would have been registered at the hospital. So now when you go and apply for your smart ID cards at the bank, the bank does not input information that does not exist on the database. They are saying, you are Tulani Mavuso, you already exist, so we are here to issue the document, which is a different document than the founding document, because a birth certificate is a founding document. The rest of the other documents are enabling documents for different types of transactions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. DG, is there another colleague want to respond before we go to the minister?
I wanted to check if Leon has got anything additional to say.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Dubris, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I was well covered by the other presenters, but let me just fill the gaps here and there. I think one of the issues raised by Honourable Ruiz was related to system stability and the network connectivity. I think as per the strategic drivers that I've presented and with the access that we now have into the banks as a partnership to assist us to extend our services, that will certainly assist us to also reduce our costs. So there, in addition to that, the presentation made by the CFO in terms of self-financing and the increase of those particular services are what we then use to have planned our digital transformation roadmap covering both the system's capacity as well as stability and redundancy. So I have provided that extraction. I think it was part of slide number 10 as part of priority number 5, the number of interventions that we have planned as part of that stability. Now, it is true that we cannot implement all of that in 1 year, so we've spanned it over a 3-year period, and it becomes that balancing act. Whilst we're digitally transforming, introducing these changes and service bringing dignity to all, the intention is to also then cover the infrastructure capacity and stability issues that spans both our data centers as well as the connectivity infrastructure to the respective offices. I think to the question also raised by Honourable Ngubeni, although Mr. Mabuza touched on it briefly, I just want to provide the assurance we are not moving any data into the cloud. We are merely providing a means to authenticate as per the current method of logging into Home Affairs, eHome Affairs. We're just extending that through an API call. control, which is from a banking platform, into our systems, whereby the same method of authenticating with the applicant's credentials will then be processed by that particular applicant. So no information and data is being processed in the cloud. I think also then just to the point raised by Honourable Chubane, by yourself, Chair, I think to the 3 points you have made as specific interventions that was communicated previously, what DHA is required to focus on being mobile trucks, banks and kiosk expansions. I think similarly so from the AG report that we've seen recently and the engagements that we've had with them, they recommended that we conduct feasibility studies for all our projects and interventions, just to ensure that it remains feasible to implement. So it's the same approach that we're now taking with the kiosks in light of the strategic shift that has been communicated, to ensure that we don't find ourselves with those assets that are stranded, whereby services are provided to the banking branches or DHA offices in close proximity to those kiosks. So I want to also re-emphasize the point that the DG made. It's not necessarily being abandoned. It's really a pragmatic approach that we need to go through to prove that we have considered all aspects to ensure that it is indeed still feasible to proceed. Let me pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dubris. DDG? DG?
Chair, I think we've covered all areas. Maybe the minister might wish to make inputs on the digital ID policy, as it's a policy issue, and maybe to a certain extent on the smart ID cards. Thank you.
Okay. Did you cover also the areas of, or maybe the minister will deal with it, of the critical vacancies that were still outstanding? Maybe the minister will also deal with that one. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, for sure he will. Safe to say, you will recall, Chair, when appointed DDG HR. I think he served for a period of 2 months and resigned again, which means we'll be going back to the market. For DDG IMS, we started the process. The panel couldn't find a suitable candidate to be interviewed. And HR, it's something that, of course, we will look at again. And then IT, it's something that we will need to consider again. For sure, Minister will deal with some of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. DG and the Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and colleagues, for this engagement. I think it's been a very good discussion that is really focusing on some of the details now in this reform process. So I won't repeat what has been said. I think just on the vacancies, I think DG has covered that. We have some work to do now after we had a setback. So we took a step forward and then a step back again. But those are things that we are looking at. There are also a number of other vacancies that are out for advertisement, as I understand. Some of these are really critical ones, Chair, in the legal unit, for example, where, as you know, there's been a real lack of capacity for a long time. So I'm not sure, DG, maybe we could just share the list of advertisements that are currently out, just also so that members are informed. I think these are mostly at chief director levels and below, but they are really critical, Chair, and they are receiving attention despite the setback that we did have. Let me just quickly address things from my side, I think more on the policy reflections. Chair, the question on the digital ID from Honourable Mukhale, I think it was, just to indicate, firstly, that I think when you look at the debate in the UK, we just need to start from the right starting point. The UK doesn't even have an ID system at all, Chair. We are streets ahead of them. And I think we mustn't allow, their issues and the fact that they have not even got things like a population register of the extent that we have to influence the way in which we are reforming. I think if you look at global examples, the more encouraging and the more relevant ones are the countries that are ahead of us rather than ones that are behind us. And if you look at a place like Estonia, where we've had some engagements, it really is extraordinary how a digital ID can transform all of the issues that we've been discussing on this meeting, enhancing security, efficiency, interoperability. And that's really, I think, where I would encourage members again to have a look at the digital transformation roadmap for government as a whole, because I think it locates digital ID very correctly there as the foundation for you to be able to get your driver's license digitally, for you to be able to get all these other services in a secure and remote manner. I always compare it to online banking, Chair. I think that's the best way to think about it. Whereas in the past, you always had to go and stand in a queue at a bank and you used your physical cash. Even the use of your ATM cards is declining precisely because of the online banking ecosystem and what that has done for ease of business, for security, by eliminating those paper-based processes, but also then for inclusion and really decentralizing access through your digital banking app. So I think that's the appropriate frame in which to look at this. Certainly in South Africa's case, Honourable Mogale, the smart ID will continue to exist for many years to come. The critical thing we need to do in this administration is to be able to do away with the green ID book. You did mention it, by replacing that with the smart ID. Physical document there, the more secure version into the hands of those citizens that still have the green ID book. And I think we're all familiar with the fraud risks and identity theft issues that do go with the green ID book. So that would be really a critical step. In many ways, that is step one towards digital ID, and that's where the bank project comes in, Chair, because that is where the expansion onto your big banking apps and into your bank branches is going to finally ensure that everyone has access to be able to obtain the smart ID. I think I've said the issue we have is that we have to do the work. We can't just cancel the green ID book when people don't have access to the alternative. And I think that's really where the inclusion and access is going to be a revolutionary improvement once we have people in the most rural areas able to walk into their local bank branch where they may already process things like their SASSA payments and other issues, to then also be able to obtain their smart ID there and no longer have to rely on the green ID book. Same goes for your banking apps, being able to go to a local library where there's internet and being able to then transact remotely in that way as well. So, Chair, I think just to clarify that that's really the pathway that we're on. Digital ID will then come in as a complementary aspect initially, but I do think what we are clear on and what's interesting is that a digital ID in some sense already exists in the form of the population register. Because, of course, everyone who has a smart ID card or a passport already has their biometrics stored digitally in that particular system. Our job really is to really upgrade the population register to become a much more modern system, and then just to build the front end onto those existing profiles within the population register, and there for many years. And I think South Africa has a culture that clearly understands the fundamental importance of a secure ID system. And that's where it's very different from countries like the UK, who just don't have that as a culture. So I think, Chair, we are clear on that way forward. And the digital ID becomes, in some sense, the golden copy, because that is the secure digital version. But the smart ID, the physical copy, then still remains available for anyone who would want to use that. Chair, just I think on the question around the bank project, the way I think about it, and it might not be the most technical explanation, but I think it's useful, is, as I say, the pipes have already been laid down many years ago. The pipeline exists in the form of this verification service, and I think DG has put it very well by saying that we've worked to take that back from the streets, to be able to take full control over how that process works. So I think that gives a lot of sense of comfort to members. It's actually the issues that came before that presented a risk, and we have systematically worked to upgrade and fund and really secure the online verification service. So we're in a much better space than a year ago in terms of that aspect. And because that exists and because it is functioning well now, it gives us the opportunity to then use that pipeline to create a front door, which is your application terminal. In many cases, people who will be able to walk into the bank branch won't even really interact with a person. They'll find a terminal there, they can punch in their ID number, they will look into a camera, and then at that point, the data flows through the pipe, and it is Home Affairs that controls the back door. It is Home Affairs that controls the verification aspect of this entire project. So if your face does not match our population register, you will not be able to proceed. It is only once we have that full biometric matching that we will be able to then continue with the transaction. And so that is how we are massively upgrading security by removing the discretion of any person to be involved in this particular process. It's only if the face doesn't match or if there's some kind of flag that goes up that there will be a process to adjudicate if there's a problem, etc., in that particular workflow. So I think it is really a massive improvement in security, because the security issues we face, Chair, are almost always related to human intervention. People that manipulate applications, people that take physical documents and don't process them, or extort people in exchange for processing them. That's where the real security risk lies. And this really addresses that. I think, Chair, also to be just clear about the policy direction, when it comes to the kind of services that people will have here, I think you raised it yourself, Chair, that I think if you look at the slide, the first phase, if I had it correctly, would focus on the reissue. So these are records in the relation register. I think, to be clear, we do want to get to that stage. We're able to do many more services than just your smart ID and your passport. And this is where, you know, things on birth registration, marriage registration, amendments, all those kind of others, which in many ways are now the most frustrating to clients, can also be modernized and integrated and ultimately end up on your digital ID. So that if you have a child that is born, as one example, you have to register that through this kind of digital channel, simply using the biometrics of yourself, of the child. And that's the intention, that's the direction we want to go. But obviously, Chair, there's a huge amount of technical work that will need to be done in order to get there. But I think it's important to just take members along on that thinking, to say, yes, we want to start with your existing modernized services, your smart IDs and your passports in the banks, and eventually onto the apps and into digital ID. But certainly our ambition is to modernize the entire ecosystem, because there's no reason why you can have a digital ID, but then you still have a physical document for a marriage certificate or something like that. And I think we have to be ambitious in pushing all of these things through these many multiple locations, and then ultimately onto your digital apps as well. Chair, I think on the kiosk issue, to be frank with you, Chair, I think these are issues that we are confronting, and especially in the last year, that have challenged us in many ways. To be able to say sometimes that if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. And we have to sometimes look very carefully into, especially given the constrained financial environment, what are the right things to do initially, and what are the things we need to look at again. So I do empathize and understand with the approach that the department is taking on this, because when you look at the project with the banks, the fact that it's not costing anything and is going to be, you know, revolutionizing access. We're talking about hundreds of locations, and we can't actually even properly quantify how many people will use the banking app. You know, it's one thing to talk about the physical branch, but we know that South Africans are increasingly digitally savvy, and many people, potentially millions of people, will prefer to use the application instead of going to the bank branch. So that is, in many ways, really just a no-brainer for us to be able to get that expansion right. And then we do have to confront difficult questions so that we don't make mistakes and we don't invest in things that end up not necessarily aligning anymore with the way in which the country operates. So as I said at the beginning, I think the approach on the kiosks is to answer the question, what is their role once we have these other channels up and running? And I do think, Chair, that we can think about contexts where they may still be needed. But I don't want to speculate about sort of what that could look like. I think that's why the proper assessment of how we take them forward is the right thing to do. I think the mobile trucks we've spoken about, and I think they are really making a big difference. When it comes to other forms of channels for access to services, I also want to say that I think we need to take a leaf from a country like India, Brazil to some. But I think India is really the big example where they actually had these little suitcases that were equipped with cameras and fingerprint scanners. And they then went on a very deliberate drive to document all of their citizens in the country that had not been documented. So that I think did 1.4 billion people in 2 years. And as I've said really repeatedly, Chair, we would like to get to a space where we free Home Affairs up from doing many of these routine services. The things that are clogging the queues are things like smart IDs and passports. I think DDG Sagama at some point indicated it's half of the transactions. Now, if we can get most of those people out of the Home Affairs queue because we've created these digital channels, then we actually free up our officials to go into communities and then go about systematically documenting people. That really, I think, is something that is achievable. It is hugely ambitious. But I think if we get our work on the digital channels right, we could end up in a space within this administration still, where we can all work together to go into, and I think Honourable Ngubeni spoke about specific communities, rural areas that have never been reached, and actually become a much more mobile organization in going to find people where they are. But again, then we need to think about what are the implications of that for spending priorities. And not is to make a mistake on any of these things. The kiosks is one example. There are so many others where we have to think very carefully about our investments and ask ourselves, are they still going to be relevant in the same way 1, 2, or 3 years down the line? And that's really the question that I think the department must engage with and bring us some proposals on how we can deal with that. Chair, I think 2 more points there. Just to indicate on TTOS, I think Honourable Bowman touched this. TTOS is interesting. I mean, it's been hugely successful, Chair. We're sitting with about 40,000 people, I think now, maybe just under that, of visas that have been processed for tourists from China and India. And so we're finding a lot, especially as DG says, because we work closely with the Department of Tourism, there's a lot of demand. But I do want to indicate that if we get the ETA right, the demand for TTOS should actually go away. Because TTOS was a proof of concept to show us how we can actually process visas much more efficiently and securely through a digital system, and it certainly has succeeded in that. But if every tourist in China or India, for example, is able to take out their smartphone and apply for an ETA from home, then even TTOS itself, those are other resources that we can then free up and we can use in other spaces to address other problems. So it really is a kind of iterative process. And probably the sign of success, Chair, will be if we can come to this committee at some point and say, well, actually, the TTOS, the demand for TTOS has gone away because people are using the ETA. That will be a sign of real success. And I think that's the way we need to understand it. Chair, I think, lastly, probably just to say that I'm not sure if we are properly quantifying or properly expressing the scale of inclusion. And I think there were some members who asked about assurances on expanding this or not leaving people behind or whatever. It is the exact opposite, Chair, that people are left behind under the existing bricks and mortar model. That is the model that has made it difficult for people in deep rural areas or in underserved communities to access these services. So the status quo is the one that is problematic from that aspect. And we all know this, Chair. Members have often raised their oversight visits with me to say that people have to travel huge distances to reach our Home Affairs office. So that is a form of exclusion. It is a form of imposing costs on people to access these services. Everything we've been talking about today in terms of the second presentation, Chair, is aimed precisely at taking the services much closer to where people are. Instead of them having to travel or having to find a place to go to access these services, they are going to find the services on their doorstep and in many cases in their homes. That's what we talk about when we say Home Affairs at home, that if you've got your connectivity there, you can access these services through your banking app and eventually through digital ID. If you don't, then you can find your local bank branch assisting you. And as I said, maybe even your local library. As long as there's internet access, we will be able to do that. So it's not even a question of assurances. It is a matter that is fundamental to everything that we are doing. And I think the question about unbanked customers is a good one. We are engaging with the banks, and I think DG will confirm that there is a strong willingness, given the scale of this project, that you may not, in some cases, have to even be a bank client to access these services. The reason for that, Chair, is because the banks, I think, are quite confident that because of how many branches we're talking about, it's not going to create massive queues for them. We don't want to move the queues from our offices to bank branches, and that is why we are looking at such a huge footprint. And certainly it is something that we will continue to engage on. We've raised it repeatedly, and I'm quite confident we will be able to even get that agreement from them. Maybe not in the very first month or two, because we do need to stabilize these things. We need to make sure that they are working. But certainly over time, as we expand the number of locations, I think it is very much feasible for us to be able to manage that. And Chair, really, if we get this right, we're going to be in a space to replace those many green ID books out there, make sure every South African has access to the smart ID, and then really complement all of that with the digital ID so that you are able to remotely interact as well. Chair, you're welcome to flag if I missed anything on sort of those broader issues, but those were the notes that I...
Thank you very much, the Minister and the DG and your team. I see the hand of Honorable Mokhale.
Yes, Chair. No, thanks very much, Chair. I had asked a question and I thought it would be answered, but I see no one has answered it. Chair, I asked a specific question relating to the work of the anti-corruption unit, and I specifically mentioned two cases which were submitted to the department. And I wanted to check how far is the department in resolving those cases. Thank you, Chair. I mentioned the case of Ms. Dineo Nko, who's a senior official within the SAPS, and Ms. Ntate Maoge, the former mayor of Fixbeck, because these cases have to do with fraudulent acquisition of South African identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhale. DG.
No, thanks, Chair. Apologies, Honorable Mokhale. I think I probably missed that one. I think the latter one, because it involves allegations against me, I'll ask Minister to respond to it. On the first one, Chair, with regards to the general in the SAPS, the investigation, it's almost complete. We've had an engagement, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago. We had to go in interview her because she was traveling for quite some time. We are about to wrap up that investigation, and she has been cooperating with the team from Home Affairs. The second one I'll then leave for the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Minister.
Thanks so much, Chair. Yes, just to indicate that we are looking into this particular issue. I don't think there's anything concrete at this stage to really report. But I think we've all been inundated with this specific one. So I think we'll get back on that. But there is a process underway to try and verify what the status is and some of the issues that have been raised. And certainly, where there is evidence, where there is anything concrete, they must come forward and they must be looked into. So I think, Chair, let's allow that process and we can come back with a more firm update on the second case as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable. Okay, let me take the last hand. Is there any other hand, members, that you want to comment? Okay, let me take this last hand. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the answers. I think I also am like Honorable Mokhale. I didn't get the response to the follow-up question I asked, that it be answered at the end with regards to the withholding of documents due to some investigation or some elusive investigation that people never get a proper response to. Thanks.
Okay. DG, is the system for booking working? Maybe the challenges. I think I've got in the past 3 days follow-ups on the system. I just wanted to raise that point. If you can respond to the two, and then we move to another presentation. No, sorry. Then we invite the Auditor General. DG?
No, thank you so much, and apologies, Honorable Ngobeni. So maybe starting with yours, Chair, the system is working. I think it's oversubscribed at the moment, which is where there's a challenge. Of course, there were some stability issues. I think those were then resolved. So it is working. And then with regards to the question that Honorable Ngobeni raised, as a result of the termination that we've had with the previous service provider that we referred to, there were a number of applications that we regard, or we will say were stuck in the system. We started with about 300,000 of those. We've managed to clear quite a substantial. I think we're now just below about, I think, 80 to 70,000, which the team is working quite furious to clear that backlog that we'd accumulated. And we meet 3 times a week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with GPW to track those passports, to track IDs, including with Skynet. So there's no intention to withhold any ID for anyone who has applied, except for those that are under investigation by law enforcement or counter-corruption. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks very much, colleagues, Minister, and your team. Can I now invite the Auditor General to comment if there are issues? You can proceed, Ms. Tubakale.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to yourself, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members, to the colleagues of the department, as well as for the Border Management Authority. From my side, Chair, what I just wanted to bring in context around the reported performance information is just to start off to say that we do acknowledge the positive steps that have been taken by the department in responding to the audit findings that would then address the internal control deficiencies that we would have identified. And again, it's also just responding to and reflecting to the accountability and the commitment in terms of improving governance and service delivery. So the challenge that we would have identified and reported in our audit report was then talking to the reliability of what was reported in the performance report, together with what we then look into the framework around the smartness of indicators, whereby we assess whether the indicators are measurable, are time-bound, are specific, unambiguous, and are relevant to the mandate of the entity. So we did identify some material issues around around the smartness of the indicators as well as the reliability, meaning that there was information that could not support what was then reported as achievements in the annual performance report, and hence that's why it is coming out of our audit report. So it's very important that in terms of addressing the issue of having reported achievements that are not then corroborated by sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, that there needs to be effective project management in the implementation, the interoperability and oversight of IT systems, so that they can then address these root causes, and then that can also ensure that there's a alignment in terms of what is being reported as actual achievement and what has been audited and verified to be the actual achievement. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ms. Tuwahale and the audit team for your comments. And the committee has resolved that we'll follow the AG recommendations, and I'm happy that part of the department's recommendation align with the identified areas of the Auditor General. So DG and the Minister, turnaround time and action plan will be the center of our area of focus in relation to conducting oversight on your work when we interact moving forward. So it will be important that in our scheduled session, we'll specifically focus on the areas that the AG has identified and the work of the audit team within the department, including the areas that the CFO had recommended collectively, obviously, in relation to identify weaknesses and the issues that may need to be taken into account. We're also noting progress around the white paper that has now find its way in line with our resolve as a committee to make sure that we then subject this process before South Africans to interface within that space. We are going to deal with the invite anti-corrupt unit and also the multidisciplinary team as our standard work to make sure that all the issues that are residing there, the team and the committee, we're able to monitor progress and the decisions that are taken. Consequence management is one of the areas that we may need to emphasize again, Minister, so that it assists us to make sure that our system of governance and also making sure that those that are responsible to discharge the work that must respond to service delivery and those that are continuously dragging the governance system or contributing or working with both the system within, who are syndicates, and outside, we work and fight against this area. So we're going to monitor around these areas that the AG has identified and also yourself as recommended. We want also to encourage where the target have not been met. At least there must be tangible plans so that we're able to respond to those issues. When you go throughout the provinces or the country in the offices of Home Affairs, there are challenges that we've identified of open vacancies and other infrastructure-related matters. And in 2019, we met with the provincial managers throughout. We have to schedule them, both the DG and the ministry, and those that are responsible to monitor them in provinces to interact with the committee. We also identified these challenges when we engage through our public hearings, that are matters that are coming out. So we've resolved with the committee that we need to schedule an interaction with the minister DM the DG and the provincial managers, that we understand what are the challenges that are rising from the space of the province. And that will assist us to enhance our work and also to identify areas of progress and also areas of weakness that you need to identify in provinces. We're also set here now that the interventions that they have initiated in relation to the banks and also the kiosks are full on scales, and there's a commitment on your part, the team, that will able to make sure that the plans and the interventions in relation to the life cycle assessment are done so that we're able to make sure that our people receive services both in urban and also in rural areas. Non-compliance in terms of the legislation, CFO, is one of the areas that you may need to take responsibility moving forward. And I think we're raising this with a resolve that we've observed the interaction we had with yourself in our last oversight visit when we're in your office. And I think it's an area that we may need to, Minister may need to exert his authority so that this area, and I think we're apportioning to you as the head of the finance and also your stakeholders, that there must be a consequence management. If the minister can hold the CFO online so that all the issues that are related with these officials, the training and other things, we may need to be accountable, because one of the areas of the political management, administrative oversight of the Director General and the political oversight of the minister must also be accountable throughout within the system of Home Affairs. But we appreciate and note progress that has been made and the interventions that are on place to make sure that we resolve all the issues, and we move within the theme that the Director General has coined on the service delivery on all actions and the budget money that has been allocated for making sure that the service delivery, but also maintaining the standard of work of the Department of Home Affairs. We'll step off this item. Minister has already introduced the item on Border Management Authority. Can I now invite the Commissioner, Dr. Mashapat?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let's appreciate this opportunity and the rest of the committee members, Minister, DG. On that basis, I am just quickly sharing the screen so that the presentation should then be available. That's okay. So if
the presentation is not shared, Doctor.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it on just now. Let me just do that. Oh, what happened there? Sure. Just a sec, Chair. I was very much ready. It's just that something just happened now. Are you able to confirm if you can see it on screen, Chair?
No, it's not on the screen. Mr. Matons, can you assist, intervene if there's a challenge on the side of the PMA? Yeah, thank you. It's now on the screen. We can proceed, Commissioner.
That's okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. Let's then start. So in terms of the outline of the presentation, Chair, As you can see, the key issues that are going to then be the focus of the conversation is going to be from bullet number 4, as well as bullet 5 and 6, because that is really the core part of the conversation today. But of course, we just had the other provision in terms of the vision mission, which we'll just run through. If we then move to slide number 3, that's where we are then going to reflect on the purpose, which is fairly clear that we are presenting the annual performance report for the Border Management Authority. And maybe just once again for context, this is the second annual report for the BMA considering its second year of operation. You'll remember the first one was 2023-2024, and we are now presenting the second one, which is your 2024-2025. So if we can then move to the next slide, that starts to reflect on the broader issues around the vision, the mission, and the value proposition. I think these are fairly the parts of the slides that are fairly known by the committee, as we have always flagged them as we had been coming through to the committee. If we move to slide number 5, that is where we are then starting to reflect on the legislative mandate. And I think in this instance, we just need to re-emphasize the point that we are ultimately implementing over 27 pieces of legislation, and of course being embedded in the provisions of Section 5 of the Border Management Authority, which has to do with managing the movement of people and goods. And in there is a lot of laws that we are effectively implementing in the respective pieces of responsibilities across immigration, across health, agriculture, environment, as well as other broader issues of border law enforcement. So that is just one thing that we just wanted to remind the committee members. So if we then transition to slide 6, that is where we then start looking at the outcomes that the work that we've been doing in the past year has been embedded on. And of course, just to indicate that these particular outcomes were fairly similar, even in terms of the first year of operation, which was 23-24. And on this basis, we can also just indicate that in terms of the current, there is a bit of amendment. And of course, we will talk about those at the right time if we are to talk about the issues of the current. But in terms of the past financial year, these are the key areas. So for the purposes of context, before we go to issues of performance, we thought we needed to start giving some kind of contextual positioning on this particular 4 outcomes. So slide number 7 starts with outcome 1, just to indicate that in terms of the commitment that we have made, particularly in terms of the what you will call corporate side, we had committed to put together an institution that is supposed to be demonstrating high levels of excellence, particularly when it comes to issues of corporate governance, but also on issues of ethical leadership. So we just want to say, Chair and committee members, that in the second year of operation, we have done every other thing possible, fairly to be able to strengthen the organization's existence, but also be able to make sure that it is fairly seen, known, and ultimately understood within the context of the legislative mandate that the organization has. And on that particular basis, that has been embedded in our organizational communication in terms of making sure that the organization is fairly known to both South Africans, but also to the rest of the other stakeholders across the even international environment. So on that basis, we can say that in the second year of operation, we have been able to do some bit of enhancing broadly in as far as this aspect is concerned. So we consider this conversation as part of this slide to be the introductory part before we go into the actual targets as we are supposed to. The second thing that we just wanted to reflect broadly was to also build a mechanism of ensuring organizational stability, particularly when it comes to issues of continuity. And on that basis, you will start to see when we go to the actual targets, the work that we've done to make sure that that particular reality get realized. The second thing, or the third thing that we just wanted to emphasize was the lot of work that has been done particularly in the second year of operation, to make sure that we cover all the key organizational policies that remains very fundamental in terms of the ability to run a very sustainable entity of state. And on that basis, there has been a lot of work in making sure that all of those things are done so that outcome one can be considered to have been fully delivered. And of course, the last part that talks to issues around ethical leadership was to make sure that we try our best, obviously with the available resources, to bring some of the key leaders in the organization across the various areas of work. And of course, part of that has been achieved, but once again, limited within the context of availability. So in terms of our broader overview strategically, in terms of the work of the entity in the second year of operation in relation to outcome one, those are some of the broader highlights that we can actually refer to. If you were to look at the second outcome, which has been given as the overall responsibility to secure borders with the intention to protect the country's national interest, but at the same time enhancing the country's national security, there has been a lot of work in as far as that part is concerned. If you remember, Section 5, subsection C of the Act talks about collaboration as well as interface, both domestic and externally. And to that extent, we can indicate that there has been a lot of work in as far as realizing that particular objective is concerned. Hence, even in the second year of operation, a lot of joint operations had been effected, both in terms of the stakeholders domestically, but also with our external partners, particularly those of our immediate neighborhood. So on that basis, we can indicate that even that particular outcome in the second year of work strategically, we can report to the committee that there has been some very grounded work that has been done. And of course, the last second part is the one that deals with the complexity of specialized functions, and of course having to ensure the integration of the multiplicity of standard operating procedures, which in the first year we tried to have them integrated and ultimately get the model also well understood, particularly within the context of the implementation protocol with the policy departments and the rest of the other structures that we had to interface with. So on that basis, we can indicate strategically that in terms of the second year of operation, which is 24-25, there has been a lot of work to make sure that the integrated border management model is understood on the ground level, but also understood at the strategic level. Now, if we go to the second part or the second slide on slide 8, that is where we are then concluding around the issues of the outcome. So the third outcome has primarily been embedded on issues of trade, very much critical, but also on the issues of advancing some element of socioeconomic development. So on that basis, we can indicate a lot of work once again has been done at the port level to ensure that there is better facilitation of goods, and at the same time, but also ensuring that all of the specialized functions that need to be done on the ground level are effectively addressed. And on that basis, we are able to indicate that there has been a lot of efficiencies that has been brought across the ports, particularly our commercial land ports when it comes to the movement of goods across all of those ecosystems. And once again, all of those been implemented with the limited resources that we have actually or that has been at our disposal. And of course, the last one has been the issue of coordination, the issue of cooperation, as indicated with both stakeholders, domestic as well as external. And we can indicate even in this instance that in as far as this outcome 4 is concerned, in this second year of BMA's operation, we have been able to cement a lot of relationships across the entire ecosystem. And as we speak now, there has been some very serious improvement, even when it comes to basic things like information sharing across, for instance, the intelligence community, whether it's crime intelligence, defense intelligence, state security, and the rest of the other key stakeholders within the National Targeting Center. In the second year of operation, we have been able to have most of those issues completely synchronized, although we are still working on the full establishment of the National Targeting Center, particularly from an ICT point of view. At the same time, just to also indicate the entire mechanism of analytical capability, we have started to build it in that second year of operation, and up to this point, we can indicate that we are definitely getting to where the vision is supposed to be taking us to.
And on that particular basis, we can also indicate that a lot of conversations were actually started even in the second year of operation with the border communities. So that is in the broader context, Chair and the committee members, the introductory provision before we then go to the actual performance overview of the Border Management Authority in the 24-25 financial year. If we then go straight and start with the corporate side of things, in terms of slide number 10, we can start by indicating that there have been 4 targets that has actually been put together, which we were supposed to achieve within the context of the entire year, as it were. So if you look at the first one, it was about making sure that we develop a standardized model in as far as communication is concerned, but also make sure that we put together a very robust implementation plan. And this particular aspect of communication is not just communication just for the sake of communicating, but it is to also make sure that there is a clear understanding in terms of the existence of the authority, the nature of the mandate that it carries, the nature of the interface that it carries with what we call policy departments, but also the nature of the interface with the rest of the stakeholders, but also communication in relation to the clients that we have to service, and making sure that we keep emphasizing the key requirements for them to be able to be better processed and easily processed when they arrive at port level. And that is basically the context. And that is why we had this as one of a target that is actually sitting at the strategic level because of the criticality of this particular aspect. And we can indicate to the committee members that, yes, we have been able to achieve that standardization, but at the same time, we've been able to implement all the items that were actually contained in the BMA communication framework. And on that particular basis, we can say that particular item got fully achieved. If we then look at the second part becomes very much critical, Honorable Chair and the committee members, and this is about the making sure that we develop a very robust disaster management plan. And this becomes very much critical as we also do that to also make sure that we are able to ensure that the plan itself, it is well canvassed across the entire ecosystem, but also includes all of the other critical stakeholders that are supposed to be playing a role in as far as this part is concerned. And the reason, once again, this has been one of the critical annual plan targets that we had to put at the strategic level is on the basis of the environment through which we operate. There are ports, as you will know, that are located in floodlines, but at the same time, when rains becomes uncontrollable, we still have to make sure that we're able to have our planning effectively done so that we do not necessarily stop operations. Whilst at the same time, there are those that completely stand as out of our control. But for the purposes of the target, we can confirm that this particular target has fairly been achieved in the second year. And as we speak now, we are in the current making sure that we are implementing most of the tenets and the facets that are contained in this particular plan. This effectively leads us to the next item in slide 12 that is aligned to the disaster management plan, and that was the development of business continuity plan. So this becomes very much critical. We once again had to put this at the strategic level as a target, and we are able to report that we've been able to achieve it. And the reason, once again, this becomes very critical is to be able to make sure that we aim to develop very robust plan from a business continuity point of view. And all that has been done. And of course, the rollout has been implemented, even in the second year of operation, but more critically now in the current financial year, which is the third year of operation. And we can fairly report that we had effectively achieved that, which then lead us into the fourth target. And this is a very fundamental target. Or maybe let me also indicate in terms of the target on top that we identified the 13 critical ports that we know they carry most of the vulnerabilities in terms of historical data. And on that particular basis, we had to make sure that those business continuity plans are actually effectively designed and developed to be able to handle the vulnerabilities of those selected ports. So effectively, that is basically the essence. And once again, we then have this last target, which unfortunately was not achieved. And this is the target that wanted, or that actually instructed of us to install, as well as ensure the full connection of the local aerial networks as well as the wider aerial network. So this is an ICT-based target that we have put on the table. The reason why this target, once again, was very much fundamental for BMA's work is on the basis that we had to transition out of the network mechanisms that were SITA-based on the basis of the inheritance that we actually got from the Department of Home Affairs in particular. And on this basis, we had to then have some kind of a newly developed mechanism that we had to put on the table and make sure that we are able to develop a robust network across the ports and make sure that we can also deal with the challenges that we've been dealing with, which has been the issues of downtimes and all of those. Unfortunately, this target couldn't be achieved. And as you can see, the reason there, we did try during the course of this second year of operation to develop the specifications around this particular reality, but at the same time, make sure that we are effectively able to go out into the market. Unfortunately, the response levels that we received arising from this particular reality was not necessarily that grounded. So it was for that particular reason that we were not able to get this achieved. So on that basis, maybe just to give context, one of the rationale for this is on the basis that some of the locations of some of these particular ports, if you can think about some of the ports at between us and Lesotho, they are literally sitting over 1,000 meters above sea level. In many instances, they actually sit even above most of the towers that are effectively in existence. If you think about Sunny Pass, for instance, is sitting at one of the highest points out there with Lesotho, to the extent that there is no any coverage that is actually even in that instance. So once you start putting specs in those particular instances, most of the providers actually continues to struggle in as far as ability to respond for them to be able to assist us in as far as those areas are concerned. And that is why issues of satellite then becomes very much fundamental to be able to deal with these issues. So what we can assure the committee members in as far as this target is concerned is the fact that in the current financial year, there is a lot of work that we are doing. There is even some proof of concept that we are actually putting on the table to be able to address this particular reality going forward. So this, in short, represent the 4 key targets annually that were put together for corporate services within the BMA. And on that basis, we can confirm that out of the 4, 3 has been successfully achieved, and therefore 1 was not necessarily achieved. So if that is fairly agreed to, we can then move to the BMA operation side, where we actually put together 12 targets for the year that we needed to make sure that we deal with. So on that basis, we will then go through those particular targets, and then we should then be set. Now, the first key one in as far as operation is concerned was a target where we had to put together agreements, particularly with the key organs of state as well as other stakeholders that we needed to make sure that there is alignment in terms of systems, but more critically make sure that we're able to share resources, but at the same time share data, particularly around the issues of your ICT. And all of these things mainly linked to the work of the National Targeting Center, which is supposed to be the brain trust of BMA's existence, but also where the entire analysis is to be made to be able to make sure that as we do the work on the ground, from a border management point of view, all of that work, it is actually being infused in the background, and there is full understanding of the things that we do on the ground. So in this particular instance, when we then put the target of 4, we had actually put together 4 critical structures that we thought are very much fundamental for us to be able to align our operational realities with them. If you see the CBRTA, that is what you will call your cross-border road transport agency. This is the agency in the Department of Transport whose responsibility, as the committee members will know, are the ones responsible for the issuance of the cross-border permits to the conveyancers. Here we talk buses, we talk trucks and the like. And on that particular basis, we had to make sure that we actually interface with them in this particular instance and make sure that there is a clear agreement in the nature of the data that we need to share. And similarly, we do have the RTMC, that is the Road Transport Management Corporation, that is fairly responsible for the management of the corridor towards the ports, and for us to be able to ensure order and ultimately ensure that there is an interface and there is complementarity between the work we do and the work they do, was to make sure that we have an agreement through which we are able to work together to ensure that there is no chaos on the corridors towards the ports. Because at the end of the day, any chaos on the corridor will have a negative impact on BMA's work within the port. And that is why we had to have that relationship. And of course, we did the same with SARS, and we also did the same with SAPS. And once again, clear fundamentals in terms of the issues that we are going to be sharing. So that particular part of the target has also been fully achieved. If you go to the second one, this one we talk about the 100% of all requests for the exchange of information received being executed as per the SOP. So in this particular instance, we talk about the request for the information ultimately to say that as it got received, we are able to make sure that we execute it in line with the standard operating procedure. So even in this instance, when we are to give this report, we can confirm that all of that has actually been achieved. If we can then move to slide 15, where we then move to the next target. This particular target talks about an additional community crossing point that we needed to recommend to the Minister of Home Affairs so that we can be able to roll out the BMA officials in as far as this particular context is concerned. So in this particular instance, we can indicate that in as much as we identified that we are going to be looking at one, we were able to achieve three ultimately. And the reason why we had to put a target in this particular instance is because once you start engaging and the engagement becomes interjurisdictional, it becomes more complicated. And on that particular basis, there are some laws that has to be looked at in both jurisdictions and all of that. And that is why we had one. But at the end, we were able to overachieve by additional two. That's why we are sitting at three. But the key issue here is to make sure that we're able to engage with the communities, but also engage with the neighboring countries. And on that basis, we had to recommend three for the minister to look at so that we can be able to roll out the BMA team on those particular environments. So we can still confirm in this instance that this particular target had also been overachieved. If you are to look at the next one, this one was about 40 joint law enforcement operations that had to be conducted across the border law enforcement area. And once again, we can remind the committee members that the definition of border law enforcement actually means 10 kilometers from internationally recognized borderline into the country, and that stands as the border law enforcement area. So to that extent, as the Border Management Authority, we identified that we'll do 40 joint law enforcement operations. What that basically means is that they will be BMA-led, but they will include all of the other key stakeholders. Here you can talk about SAPS, you can talk about SNDF, you can talk about CBRTA, you can talk about RTMC, and the rest of the other stakeholders, inclusive of SARS. Therefore, we are saying that we've overachieved in as far as this particular target is concerned. We ultimately did 70, and the reason why it became 70 is because there were very serious places that we needed to do operations on with the intention to clean the environment and make sure that there is some kind of order in those particular spaces so that we're able to implement border law enforcement as easy as possible. So if we then move to slide 16, once again, still proceeding with the targets in as far as operations is concerned. Here, we were talking about over 100% of illegal foreigners that actually get detected at the port, that as soon as we detect, we are going to be making sure that we refuse them entry and ultimately get them deported. So in this instance, we can indicate that yes, 100% of those that we detected, which in this instance we're sitting at around 24,299, were indeed refused entry and ultimately deported. So we might not be, because of time, go into the details of the complexity, but of course during the discussion time we can be able to reflect in as far as those aspects are concerned. Now, the next one, this is the most a bit unfortunate target on the basis that, when I say unfortunate, I mean unfortunate for it not having to be realized. And the issue here is we had committed to make sure that 100% of people that arrive at the port, we are going to ensure that we process them within 5 minutes in our movement control system. And we can indicate here that unfortunately, because of the system challenge and because of the system configuration, we were not able to get data that was going to give us this particular assurance that yes, indeed, we were able to do this particular target. And this does not mean that we did not actually process the people within the timeline, but we just were not able to actually draw data, particularly out of the movement control system, that was actually to affirm that yes, indeed, 100% of the people that arrived at the port were effectively processed within the 5 minutes, as it were. So in this particular instance, we then ultimately agreed that because we are not able to have a clear proof even to the AG on this particular instance, just because of the log challenges within the system itself, we will then ultimately concede that it is indeed not achieved as a target, as it were. And by the way, this is a fundamental target which we believe we should be able to have it as one of our key targets, especially when we have a robust system that is able to do proper recording, but also proper logging mechanisms to demonstrate how long has a person spent as they were actually being processed to enter or exit the Republic. In terms of slide number 17, there we are also starting to reflect on the other parts of the target that deals with the rendering of the port health environment. But in this instance, as you will know, we are supposed to be assessed, by the Department of Health in terms of our compliance to the international health regulations of 2005, which are embedded in terms of the World Health Organization. So in this particular instance, we identified that 12 ports are going to be assessed to make sure that indeed they comply. And here we talk about assessment done internally by the BMA health experts, but also done for concurrence purposes externally by the Department of Health. So in this particular instance, we can indicate that instead of 20, we ultimately did 24. And this was on the basis that more and more of the ports were identified that we needed to make sure that they are indeed compliant. And on that particular basis, the target was fairly overachieved with that additional 4. So if we move to the next one, this is now about having to ensure 100% of the health-related consignments that we had to monitor and make sure that they comply, once again, in terms of the international protocols, when it comes to those kind of consignment having to move into the jurisdiction. In this instance, we can indicate that in this particular period under consideration, over 241,000 consignments were fairly looked at and ultimately processed to enter the Republic after being assured that indeed they do comply. And of course, every other thing that is required is actually on paper, and basically they were then allowed into the country. If we move to slide number 18, here we are once again looking at issues of CITES, CITES being the Convention on International Trade on Endangered Species, both in flora and also in fauna. So in this particular instance, once again, we indicate that these particular consignments are specialized consignments. These are the consignments of the movement of what you will call endangered species, or those that are very much needing protection to make sure that they don't get extinct. So in this instance, there are selected ports where this kind of consignments can only enter the Republic or even exit the Republic. In this particular environment, you are not necessarily supposed to have any of this in any other port out there. So they can go to very dedicated ports. So 100%, meaning over 7,000 that were booked, which were CITES consignments. We inspected all of those, and definitely they complied, whether in terms of exiting the country or even entering the Republic. So here we talk about very specialized things. It might be some specialized import of some probably maybe some special cobra snakes, for example, from China, that is actually supposed to be brought into the Republic or anything of that nature. But it's actually a very specialized environment. So if you look at the next one, here we talk about overall live animals that effectively had to be quarantined, and in making sure that they are actually processed So in this instance, we can indicate that in the year under review, there were over 501 that we actually received, and obviously they had to be quarantined. And once again, even if the target is achieved, but we just need to give some bit of explanation to indicate that when animals' life gets imported into the country, whether it's some horses that get flown from Brazil because they're going to Durban July, for instance, they are not just supposed to enter the Republic and straight away go into the environment. We have to quarantine them, and our veterinarians has to make sure that they get checked to pick up if they are possibly bringing any kind of a disease or animal disease from their jurisdiction to ours. And on that basis, should we find any disease, unfortunately, it will not be able to go join others in the country. It has to be taken down. But of course, if it is cleared, it has to then be allowed in. So we are indicating here that 100% of those were effectively put aside, and they were actually inspected and they passed the test, and we were able to get them allowed into the jurisdiction. So in slide number 19, which is the next one, is on the issue relating to agricultural goods. And this is part of the most complicated work that we do, because here we deal with animals and their products, we deal with plants and their products. And of course, in this particular instance, we can confirm that over 158 consignments were actually looked at. And in this particular instance, we had to then make sure that they're effectively processed for them to be allowed into the jurisdiction. In certain instances, as you will fairly be aware, some of this consignment, especially those that are supposed to be food, we have to also take some samples at some point, take them into laboratories and make sure that they are guaranteed to be very much in line with the certificates that would have been issued, whether it's veterinary import permits or it is phytosanitary permits as required by the global environment. So that is basically achieved, as it were. So now the last one, and I suppose the DG did talk a bit in as far as this particular one. At that time, we put in a target that says there was going to be a bid adjudication that is going to be finalizing the selection of the preferred bidders. That is within 24-25 financial year. Unfortunately, we were not able to have this done. But subsequently, as the DG had indicated, this had ultimately been dealt with, and there is very great progress in as far as this part is concerned. But of course, this is something that also had a lot of external dependencies, particularly given the complexities of the public-private partnerships, and of course the involvement of over 6 or so at different stakeholders in as far as this part is concerned. But of course, as the DG had said, there has been some great progress post this particular reporting period. But for this instance, we're able to indicate that we have not been able to achieve this. So that's basically the aspects in as far as the operation side is concerned. So if we move to the next one is now giving us an ultimate summary. And maybe what we can say as we give this particular summary comparatively, so that the committee members will remember what we presented in the previous time, is that in the previous year, meaning the year of BMA's operation for the first time, we had about 15 targets at that time, and we achieved 9 and we did not achieve 6. That is in the 2023-2024 financial year. And on that particular basis, it meant that we achieved 60% of the targets then, and 40% were not achieved. So in this instance, we are able to demonstrate that in the year under review, which is 24-25, we had 16 targets, and arising from there, we were able to achieve 13, and we did not achieve 3. And to that extent, we can report an 81% achievement rate, which actually demonstrated a bit of a shift to the positive side from the first year of operation. And I suppose the standard is going to be standing as a challenge in terms of the current financial year going forward. So this, in short, Chair and the committee members, is actually the performance data in as far as the various targets are concerned, sitting within the two areas of work, which is corporate as well as operations. So on that basis, Honorable Chair, if we move to the next slide, that is where we are then starting with the financials. And as the DG of Affairs did, Honorable Chair, is to ask you to allow the CFO of the BMA to take the committee members through the financial side of things. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. CFO.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good afternoon to the Honourable Chair, the Honourable members, Minister, the DG, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, and my colleagues from BMA, DHA, AG, as well as National Treasury. I am going to take the committee through the overall financial performance of the entity in the FY 2024-2025 financial year. This is our second year of operation, as the Commissioner has said. In our second year of operation, we have made a financial loss of 90.5 million. Main contributors to our loss relates to the shortfalls in the budget from the transferring department, primarily where it relates to goods and services, in which it is subject to it's unlike your COE, it is a subjective amount in which you decide on what you can transfer. So we have noted that there has been a material shortage in terms of your goods and services. Second to that is the lack of funding of the BMA. As the BMA, we have sent the business cases to National Treasury requesting for additional funding, to which to date we have not received any additional funding. We're starting to see the operational costs growing, and they are not being met by any revenue coming through or any injection into the organization. Additionally, is when we look at the operating costs that are being transferred by the transferring departments. As I had mentioned when I started, is that there was a shortfall in the transfer funding that was supposed to be brought to the BMA relating to the goods and services. We're starting to see these operational costs, such as your leases, your private securities coming through, for which no funding had been received from the transferring department. But if we go deeper and look at the revenue of the organization, a majority of our revenue comes from the allocation. And if I can just explain, is that the allocation is basically made up from the transfer funds received from the transferring department, of which 85% relates to COE, leaving a very nominal amount to the goods and services. We also do have service revenue that we generate through the inspection services that are done by your health as well as your agriculture. So that does assist us. If we look at what we received in the FY 2024-2025 financial year, we had a 49.8 million. There is a decline if you compare it to the previous financial year, which was sitting at 54.7 million. And main reason is the capacity constraints that we currently have. I think we've had discussions with the agriculture, which is the majority contributors to this revenue, just to understand why the decreases are happening. And we can already see that whilst there's an increase in work, but the amount of capacity that we have is unable to meet the demand. Additionally, we've got the fines, which relates to any contravention on the Immigrations Act by the transport operators. This is not revenue that we normally budget for, not one where we say we're looking for a specific amount, but we do note the fact that there has been a slight decrease in terms of that specific revenue. I think when we do get to the audit finding, this is one of the areas in which we did get a paragraph, an audit paragraph. Additionally, I thought we should speak about the operating, when we deal with the expenditures, to speak about the operating expenditure. It has increased. Our COE has increased mainly as a result of the 400 border guards that were appointed in June 2024. These were really critical in being able to assist us with the Easter as well as the festive operations. Additionally, in terms of our capital expenditure, there we have utilized the amounts that we received from CARA, which was the 150 million, in order to be able to procure some essential tools that were required, mostly your vehicles, your firearm ammunition, as well as some technical equipment that we required. We'll also then just touch on the assets and liability, and important because this speaks to the financial health of the organization. If you compare it to last year, you can already start seeing that there is reasons for concern in terms of the financial health of the BMA. In terms of our total assets, we've seen a decrease in our total asset, and the main contributor being our bank balance, which has decreased significantly. The decreases can be attributable to the reduction in the bank account, where we had to reimburse the Department of Home Affairs for costs that they'd incurred on behalf of BMA in the FY 2023-2024 financial year. Due to capacity issues, we were unable to perform functions that relate to finance as well as SCM in the FY 2023-2024 financial year. This is where the Home Affairs assisted us in being able to incur those costs on our behalf, or rather render those functions on our behalf, and then we reimbursed. Our biggest liability the last year was in relation to the Home Affairs, which we were able to reimburse them a significant portion, and that is why then you see that our liabilities have reduced. I think we can go to the next slide. And I will not go into detail on this slide because all that I was explaining is in relation to these slides. The arrows were basically speaking to the decreases. We can move to the next slide. We thought that it'd be important that we also touch on this slide. Often we do bring in the slides just to show the members just the impact the impact on our human resources. If we just look at where we ended in the FY 2024-2025 financial year, we currently sit with 2,606 officials. This shows we have a vacancy rate of 76.6%. The improvement in the vacancy is mainly as a result of the 400 border guards that we employed. But if you look at how the balances are in terms of your corporate services versus your operations, is that currently your corporate services is at 2%. This is concerning given that this is the frontline unit that provides assurance. I think in the last meeting that we had where AG was present, the commissioner spoke to just some of the areas that are of concern in the corporate services. Finance currently operates with 4 officials that are to account for a 1.7 billion budget. Secondly, you've got your SCM that currently sits with also 4 officials that has to do the procurement for the whole organization, including the 71 ports of entry. And lastly, you've got 1 official that currently sits within monitoring and the strategy area that has to assist us in terms of being able that we are able to do the strategic work, which is also producing your annual reports and your APPs and your strategic document. This remains a great concern. We have had a meeting with the Minister of Finance, and I think as an organization we remain optimistic in that our concerns were received with regards to the funding of the organization, and that we will receive a positive result that would allow us to be able to fund these critical areas. I will not necessarily cover the operations, but I think we can already see from the comments that have come the impact that we have, that the impact of the understaffing that it has on the operations. I think we can go to the next slide. On the next slide, we basically cover the CARA, which I've spoken about, and I thought it'd be important just to show the members how we are spending on the CARA funding. If you can see the actual budgets that we have spent or committed to date, or rather at FY 2024-2025, sits at 89.24 million. And I've just listed some of the items that we've been able to procure. I've spoken to the firearms as well as the ammunition. There are some of the firearms safe as well as the Scorpio firearms that we are awaiting and that we've committed monies towards. And then in terms of your technical and safety and security equipment, there we are still waiting for your border guard body cams, your fiber scope inspection kits, and your scanners as well as cameras. And then in terms of our vessels, we've had great discussions with Armsco in terms of the vessels as well as the types of drones that we are looking for. So there has been commitments to the drones that we want to procure. And then just lastly, we have received all of our vehicles. The last, which is the 35-seater buses. We can move to the next one. The areas of audit, the audit outcome for FY 2024-2025. In the FY 2024-2025, the Border Management also received a qualified audit opinion. Though the overall audit opinion remained unchanged, we must say that we've seen quite great improvement. One, from the reduction of audit findings or paragraphs, moving from 4 to 2. Additionally, from the reduction in terms of the overall audits that we reported. The areas of qualification qualifications that remained were the impairment of revenue as well as the leave liability that relates to the FY 2023-2024 financial year. What management has done is also developed an audit action plan, which is used to implement the mitigating actions to be able to address the qualified audit opinion. This audit action plan is quite detailed, and what I've done is basically I will cover just the ones that relates to the audit paragraphs, but we do have one that is detailed and that covers including the internal audit findings. We have also set up the audit steering committee, which is currently being chaired by the BMA commissioner. Again, I think this is aligned to what the CFO of the DHA said, is that often when we have such committees, they're often seen to be that responsibility of the CFO. And it was important for us, therefore, to move the chairship to the BMA commissioner so that this thing can be led at the highest level. Maybe if I then look at the areas of qualification, which we are very confident that we are going to be able to resolve, I'll start with the first one, which relates to the impairment of the receivables. This relates to the fines, in which the AG had raised that even though management had done the calculation, there was not enough supporting information that it could use in order to assess or gain confidence in the assumptions that had been made by management. What we have done as management as a mitigating factor is to maybe start at the root cause. It is not that you want to calculate the impairment, it is that you want to collect the revenue so that you can be able to improve your revenue, obviously use that money for operational costs. So the starting point of us was understanding is how do we ensure that we are able to collect this revenue? One was to ensure that we've got policies as well as standard operating procedures. The policy we have been able to finalize, and this has been approved by the commissioner and as well as EXCO. The second part was the standard operating procedures. We do have procedures, but what they needed to be standardized across all of the ports of entry, and this is what operation is currently busy with. So the second part was to be able to clean our revenue to ensure that we can and also do reconciliations of our revenue. We have appointed consultants that are currently assisting us in terms of being able to do the monthly reconciliation, but additionally to be able to clean up the revenue, to be able to clean up the data and automate the issuing of statements on a monthly basis. This is already in progress. In terms of the collectability of our data, we also appointed the debt collectors in order to be able to assist us in terms of collecting. A good part about this is that it's not necessarily that BMA would need to pay them. It's paid based on their collectability. So once they've collected, we'll then be able to pay them. We have used the RC27 transversal contract in order to be able to appoint the service providers. The last one is with these assessments that we are doing on a monthly basis, this will allow us to be able to accurately and confidently be able to make the assumptions around the impairment of the debtors and also make sure that they're supported by a mathematical calculation with tangible supporting information. And this we plan to do at the year end. I think we can go to the next slide. The next slide is with regards to the leave qualification that we got. I must maybe just give a bit of an explanation for this one. This finding or qualification relates to the leave of the FY 2023-2024 financial year. This is where we were mostly using paper, and we had not yet implemented the automated leave processing on the SAGE system. The FY 2024-2025, the AG did not find any issues in terms of the audit. Or rather, I should say, did not find any material finding in terms of the audit of the FY 2024-2025 leave balances. What we have done, maybe I should also mention the fact that through our discussions with the Auditor General, we are clear that this will not be a qualification in the next audit that they are going to do, because these balances would have expired for the FY 2023-2024 financial year. However, we still need to tighten controls in terms of our FY 2025-2026 and ensuring that all our leave balances are correct. And what we are doing is, one, making sure that we continue with the automation of the leave applications approval as well as the record keeping. We are also ensuring that there is a monthly leave verification audit to reconcile the leaves that has been taken against the SAGE system. And we are also we have implemented the departmental leave registers. Also, we have the monthly reports that we receive to ensure that all leave pertaining to the month has been approved. So we are able to go into the system to check that there is no leave that is lying and that has not yet been approved, but the registers are also assisting us in being able to reconcile the accuracy and the completeness of that leave. We are confident that indeed this finding will not come back in the FY 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO, for the detailed brief. I'm not sure if the Commissioner, you want to add?
No, we are fairly covered. Chair will then take note of the questions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, members, and thanks, Commissioner and the CFO for the brief and the presentations. Members, I will invite you to comment on the report presentation, then we step off so that we release both the Home Affairs team and the Border Management Authority will deal with the three items that are directly for the committee. I will start with Honorable Mokhale, Honorable Ross, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Mokhale.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and we welcome the presentation by the Border Management Agency. Chair, I want to start off with the issues of funding. How far is the border management with their engagement with the National Treasury around issues of ensuring that there is sufficient funding for Border Management Agency to be able to discharge their responsibilities? I know we had a meeting a while back, a joint meeting with the Appropriations Committee. So are there any new developments that they can provide feedback on in terms of issues of funding? And secondly, Chair, I want to ask the CEO with regards to the ports of entry. It was highlighted a few days ago by General Mkolas that at the Durban port of entry, at the harbor, we only have one scaler which is operational. I want the CEO to confirm if that is true indeed, and what is it that is being done to ensure that there's increased capacity in terms of scaling the goods that are brought into the country. Chair, the handover of the policing functions, are there any clear time frames in terms of when this process will be completed? How far are they with their engagement with the SAPS in this regard? Lastly, Chair, on the internal capacity of the BMA, the internal audit capacity, what steps are being taken to ensure that they are addressing the weaknesses there that have been identified so that we strengthen the internal auditing capacity of the BMA? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhale. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again to the Minister and Dr. Messias Pata for the presentation, and to the other presenters as well. Chairperson, first of all, I don't know how the BMA is delivering the results they're delivering at the moment in such an under-resourced environment. And I think it's an example to every government department about, despite having constraints, with ingenuity and hard work, being able to still perform and still deliver for the people of South Africa. So a big congratulations from my side specifically to Dr. Messi Pato and his leadership team, and of course under the guidance of the Minister, for the achievement of 81% of annual targets, up from 60% last year, as well as resolving 3 of the 4 prior year audit findings, demonstrating progress in compliance and internal control as well. So I think we also need to welcome the setting up of the National Targeting Center as a joint intelligence and risk analysis hub, as well as the Border Security Risk and Information Committee, because this interagency information sharing is extremely important. And I know we as a committee, we also have a joint meeting on that coming up. So we welcome that as well. Just a few questions from my side, Chair. In terms of the procurement of the LAN WAN connectivity project, is this now underway? What is the latest status on it? And when is the project expected to be completed? Of course, Chair, in terms of the integration of the SAPS Border Police into the BMA, I echo Honourable Makhali's question in terms of what the status is on this very important matter. Then, Chair, in terms of the funding constraints, I think it's a concern that we have a 90 million deficit. I'd like to understand these property leases that were transferred without the corresponding budget allocations being transferred. From which department is that? And is that final, or is that matter still being addressed of the transfer of that budget? Then in terms of National Treasury, again, to also just get an understanding of an update on where we are in terms of engagements with National Treasury for further funding for the Border Management Authority. But Chair, I think in summary, the progress that's being made is quite incredible, Chair, and I think it's we as a committee, I think we have shown our commitment in terms of the SAPS Border Police functions being integrated into the BMA, as well as the funding to come from Treasury, and I think it's really critical matters, Chair. They are on our agenda for the rest of this year. And I think this presentation and what the BMA is delivering from their side should really reinforce our determination to do the best we can to support them and to get them the funding and support that they needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Rose. Honourable Mdolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The presentation of BMA annual report is noted. The BMA achievement 80% of its target, which is good, Chair, but we are concerned about the high staff cost, irregular expenditure, wasteful spending, and a qualified audits. This show a serious weakness in financial control, Chair. Mohale asked my question, what steps are being taken to fix the internal control problems found by the AG? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mdolo. Honourable Maji.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've got a few questions. The first one, the BMA reported a 90.5 million deficit despite implementing cost containment measures. What discussions have taken place with the National Treasury to secure sustainable funding for operational and technology requirements? The other one, the BMA achieved a reduction in qualifying audit paragraphs from 4 to 2. What specific internal control improvements were made? And when does management anticipate achieving a clean audit outcome? The last one, Chairperson, the authority reported increased joint operations with SARS and SANDF. Can the BMA provide measurable data on interception, arrest, or containment seizures that demonstrate the impact of these collaborations? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machi, and colleagues for those comments. I think all of us, we have labored a discussion or advanced lobbying, including the ministry and all stakeholders, about underfunding of the Border Management Authority. During the budget discussion, both the minister and the DG indicated that there's some movement in terms of more funds allocated to PMA. And I think all of us, we can recall that there was also some shift when the budget was concluded the discussions, which in the process we suffered. But I think it would be important to shift the question to the minister as the executive authority around this budget. And we know that the discussions that are being consolidated, including with the National Treasury. Perhaps we may need to elevate that, members. To what extent is the head of the state appreciate this difficulty, Minister? Because all your efforts and the chair and the commissioner of the Border Management Authority have went into space of discussions. And I think it's important that we then elevate that what Honorable Khalams has indicated. To what extent is the president, given the environment of this institution and the appetite to engage at that platform? So I think that's a matter which I think we must need to raise, Minister. Because it's important that we, on the concerns that Auditor General have also highlighted, that to some extent Border Management Authority is still working on manual system. And given the challenges that we're facing as a country, and the intention that came out of the conference of all stakeholders that are engaged in Border Management Authority and have put measures or recommended that the Border Management Authority may need to take forward, given the limitation of the resources, will not able to move forward. The other point, which I think is it will continuously to weaken the work of the BMA, is the staff complement, like in the Home Affairs offices, but the staff complement where you go in the borders, you find one person. Facilitating the assisting people. You go to border of Botswana. At a particular point, there was only one person that was assisting both the exit and those that are coming into our country. If you go to the border of Mbuzini. So these are the issues that need resources in order for intake. And there will be continuous assessment on the part of the AG's concerns in terms of the issues that must be. So what is the plan in the interim that we can exhaust to mitigate this challenge. I'm sure that towards the end of December, towards the end of November, the Border Management Authority will come to the committee, and also yourself, Minister, you'll pronounce on the preparations for what you call festive seasons. And we've clearly now have sights of the limitations we're having across our borders. It was a sign that there's only one scanner in one of the ports of entry, and which is a significant statement that we may need to take note of it, and whether, given the underfunding of the Department of Border Management Authority, will able to, what is the plan around that? We said to the BMA in relation to the drones, that there's limited resources to have more so that it assist mending our borderlines. What is the plan around these areas that they've been raising? In our last discussion, there was an acknowledgement, which all of us also appreciate, noted, that the Border Management Authority will not able to carry lifestyle audit. And in other words, the impact of corrupt officials, or some, and those that are working with external forces. And in the previous month or so, there was few people who were arrested who were attached to the Border Management Authority. So what is the plan around that, so that we're able to understand the impact with these new institutions that have been raising? The CFO of Home Affairs have indicated one of the areas that because of the limitation of certain programs, they shift resources in order to maintain other areas which are urgent. To what extent is the CFO, are you able, with your limited resources, to able to catch up around that? And I'm raising this in the background that CARA is another institution that fund by request. Have we, or Border Management Authority, given the outcome of the previous budget allocation, have advanced a proposal for more funding to the port of entry? How do we respond, CFO, on the matter which was identified by the Auditor General, and also the confirmation of the CFO of Home Affairs in relation to the assets around our port of entry that must move to BMA? What is the plan around that, and what are the implications, so that we tighten the internal control to avoid what may be a negative opinion? The other matter which the minister, I think all of us have resolved on, the discussion with the police in terms of transfer of functions and the portfolio, so that it assists to enhance the work of the department and the Commissioner Mashapat. To what extent is this a process that has been going? We've went to Libombo to conduct oversight. With all of us observe the fence there, and we know that it's not in the function of Border Management Authority. But have you entered that space to engage with the public works? And I know that the committee will be having discussions with both Minister of Home Affairs and Public Works later in the year, so that we get a clear sense of what is the plan around to mend the 4,750 kilometers or so, or what are the short and long-term plan to mitigate this challenge. Have you entered that space, Commissioner Mashepa? The last point is the interaction with neighboring countries. And I think we must comment that good work has been done with the neighboring countries, particularly when we're dealing with the matter post-Mozambique elections. Given the work that the Home Affairs is involved in line with the immigration, and also the work that we are involved, what is the engagement currently with neighboring countries around the challenges of border control? So those are some of the issues that I'd wanted to raise, members. We'll then invite the Commissioner Commissioner Mashapata to delegate responsibilities, and thereafter we'll invite the Minister, and we'll invite the AG to comment. Commissioner?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let's appreciate the committee members for the questions. Yeah, maybe just to indicate that the colleagues are here, they should be able to reflect on the specific questions. And we have been able to, take down all of the questions. So on that basis, the CFO should be able to come and assist around the issues that the committee members had raised around the financials, but also around the issue of what we are doing, particularly in augmenting some of the issues that has been identified by the AG in terms of the audit and all of that. But I suppose the main question that cuts across is the question that talks to the issues of funding. So what I suppose what one needs to do is to allow the minister to reflect on that. And from our side, what we can just say is just to appreciate the work of this committee. And of course, the initiative that this committee had also taken to engage with the Select Committee on Appropriations, where we also made a presentation. So on that particular basis, also appreciate the leadership of the minister, which he will then reflect on the key interventions that he has been leading us on, particularly in the conversations with the National Treasury. I don't want to enter into that. The minister will give that clear report. But what I will then need to do around the initiative that you have made as this committee in terms of the engagement with the Select Committee on Appropriation, I just want to give you the latest in as far as the impact of that particular work. Yesterday, I hosted the CEO, or what you will call the director of the budget, of the Parliamentary Budget Office. And I actually got to even understand their ultimate mandate. They call them the PBO, and ultimately their role in the parliamentary environment. So we had a very long conversation around what they have been tasked as the Parliamentary Budget Office by the chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation in terms of assisting the BMA in as far as these particular issues of budget is concerned. And they have been able to indicate that they do have a short-term task and they also have some longer-term tasks. Now, part of the short-term task is something that I suppose is very much fundamental, is for them to be able to assist us around juxtaposing the operational budgets that we got from the department vis-a-vis the kind of responsibilities that we carry and ultimately the transfer that happened, mainly in terms of the people that came, the actual functions that came, but also the assets that came, and be able to do a scientific work in the background as experts themselves to be able to check whether the transferred operational budget, as the CFO BMA had emphasized, is indeed commensurate to that, so that that can actually be addressed, as it were. And the reason why I'm giving that as a key issue, honorable members and chair, is on the basis that part of the main question that is being raised around our overshoot of the budget, particularly in the past financial year, the CFO will reflect on that. But from where I sit, I just wanted to indicate that we had instances where the department will effectively say, no, but the people in this particular office no longer belong to us. They now belong to BMA. BMA, you need to start paying the rentals for these particular spaces. And obviously, without us having to endure the possible embarrassment of having BMA officials being kicked out of an office in the middle of the financial year, we had to oblige and make sure that we cover that, but also try to have the conversations. And I suppose the work of this Parliamentary Budget Office will assist us to come with something scientific to be able to assist us going forward as to how do we deal with that particular reality. So I just wanted to give you that particular feedback, and there are a lot of other issues that we had actually spoken about, including this particular aspect regarding the police as actually raised. So maybe let me just quickly go through some of the overall questions, and then the colleagues will then be able to come through. Let me start with Honorable Mohale's point on something that is targeted. Remember, I'm not talking about the financial issues. The minister will talk. The question you're asking, Honorable Mohale, about what Commissioner Mkhwanazi had said yesterday, what he had said, it is very much true. And I want to put it this way. What we did during September as the Border Management Authority, we did not just say the commissioner must just go to Durban Harbour, for instance. We literally took the entire executive committee and be able to go to the ground and spend the entire day to engage with the team members to understand the issues at hand. And one thing that we can confirm here, which is very much real, is the fact that our scanning capability in terms of mathematics or in terms of quantification, it is sitting at 0.05. And that is the scanning done by that particular scanner that I think it's Honorable Ruos, Honorable Mohale also spoke to, and also yourself, Chair. And that particular scanning is obviously done by SARS. And obviously the focus there is just about looking at issues of under declarations in terms of customs duties, but also just within the context of customs reality broadly. But from a border law enforcement point of view, meaning making sure that whatever is carried in a container is indeed not illicit and it is indeed supposed to be coming through. Despite the agricultural-based products that have to go through our veterinary colleagues, the rest of the other containers literally just walk through into the country, and there is no any understanding in terms of what is in there. The other thing that we can say to these committee members is that there are containers, for instance, that comes to Durban, but they are not destined for South Africa. They are going to the rest of the continent. So for those ones, literally they enter untouched. And then they come into Johannesburg, into City Deep, which is a dry port. And from City Deep, they are meant to be driven out of South Africa into the rest of the continent, whether to the DRC, Tanzania, and the like. So those particular ones are completely going as they are. Literally, we don't know what is inside there from a border law enforcement point of view. The other thing that is a fact is the reality that says, even when you have a container leaving Durban coming to City Deep, there is no any mechanism to follow it through to make sure it doesn't disappear into the country. And those are the issues that we have to be dealing with. Now, the key question from Honorable Mohale is, we understand the problem statement, but what is it that you're doing? So what we did, we went to the ground, we identified the key areas where we could be able to install scanners and make sure that we do static scanning, whereby all containers as they exit the harbour environment, we are able to scan them and make sure that indeed what enters our jurisdiction in that context is not illicit and all of that. It's not narcotics and all of that. But obviously that then default us back into the financials. For us to be able to do so, there should be some funding for that. And once again, the minister will talk to that, because in that meeting with the Minister of Finance, that aspect was touched and the commitments were effectively covered. So maybe let me also, Honorable Chair and members, touch a bit on the police issue. And I still expect also the minister to touch it, because the issue is fairly sitting at the political level. But just to indicate the historical, which is a fact, The historical is that we did have the conversation to the extent that we went into the JCPS DG's cluster, and that particular meeting was chaired by the Minister of Justice, the JCPS ministerial cluster, chaired by Minister of Justice, and it was also chaired by or co-chaired by the Minister of Police, who is Minister Mtunu at the time. And there was a very clear decision. The minister is here. There was a decision that, yes, politically we agree, go and do the work in terms of the administrative technical work to finalize the process. And then we had to go to the meeting to achieve that. And when we went to that meeting, and unfortunately the team just indicate that that is not necessarily going to happen. Unfortunately, because of that, technically, we don't necessarily have the ability to do anything when the colleagues just refuse, although there is a clear legal directive. And by the way, maybe let me also emphasize this point. When the colleagues wanted to bring some legalistic issue around this particular issue, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor was brought into a meeting and they gave a clear legal explanation that there is no any confusion. They actually cleared the BMA Act. They cleared Section 4.2 that talks about border law enforcement being the exclusive mandate of the BMA. They cleared what is the SAPS work in the country and what is the BMA's work, and there's no confusion. So legalistically, there is no any confusion. That was cleared officially in a meeting. But of course, like I said, the minister will then touch a bit on that. But from my side, it was just to confirm that we have done everything possible technocratically. Unfortunately, we couldn't move because for this work to happen, the other side must be ready to sit with us and say, these are the numbers of people because they're sitting in their payroll. This is the amount involved in terms of their COE. This is the number of assets involved. And this is all of those issues. And we are able to do the rest of the technical work. But if there is no that intention to do so, unfortunately, we can't do much. And that is why we appreciate that this committee is actually assisting us to take this matter forward. So the rest of the other issues, honorable members, like I'm saying, they actually go back into the financials, but also go back into the issue of the funding. And on that basis, we will not be able to, the colleagues will come through and reflect on that. Maybe let me quickly, Honorable Chair, talk a bit about what Honorable Machi spoke to, which is the operations that we have done jointly with the rest of the colleagues. And of course, the impact that those kind of operations had started to have. Let me then indicate this point that there is a lot of tactical data that gives the response broadly in terms of the impact of those particular joint operations that we have effected. And of course, if we have to be given those kind of data, for example, the number of cigarettes that has been intercepted in those joint operations, the number of vehicles that were hijacked having to exit the country that actually had to be intercepted, the number of people who were attempting to enter the country illegally that had to be, all of those, if we need to bring that tactical data, we will then draw it out of our quarterly reports that we give to the ministers in the interministerial committee, and we can be able to send to the committee. For now, we might not necessarily have time, Honorable Chair, to go into those individual successes. The only thing that I can just say broadly, in terms of general appreciation, is just to give a typical example. Just on the basis of the work that we've been doing, and I want to give this one to say, previously, it used to be the norm whereby the police will intercept buses on the corridor, N1 in particular, coming from the continent, where the bus will be found with 60 people, and it will be found that almost 90% of the people in that bus don't have documents at all. That was almost a weekly thing. The police, whether in Polokwane, whether in Mukopane, along the corridor, they will always have those instances. But I think now, honorable members, will have noted, whether you go social media or you go conventional TV, you will realize that those instances have, in a way, I don't want to say disappeared, but are just not there. And one of the reasons for that is because of the impact of the work that has been done and the mechanisms that has been put in the ports to make sure that we start mitigating on those issues. And of course, also being assisted by things like drones and all of that to be able to do the work. So I just wanted to give that broader issue in as far as just assessment of some of the work that we are doing. Let me also reflect a bit on this one, Honorable Chair, that you have raised, which is a broader issue, the issue around the fence. in terms of your observations around Lebombo. So we can indicate that, yes, indeed, there is an issue around fencing in as far as the border environment is concerned. So let me then give a typical example on the Bait Bridge one, then I'll come to Lebombo. On the Bait Bridge one, you will remember Public Works put together 40 million to make sure that there is a fence, at least in the northern border, because it has been very problematic. Obviously, when Public Works went into the market, they got in this company that did not do the job, and they basically did that fence that was, in a way, looted ultimately, and now we don't have anything. So as you will know, that issue was investigated by the Special Investigating Unit. They went into the tribunal and they cancelled that contract. The company had to pay back the 40 million, and that 40 million has to be brought back into the Public Works, and Public Works has to go back to the market. So what has been done in the intervening period? So what has been done was Public Works had to engage us, engage the military and the rest of the other stakeholders to develop the new specification for the new kind of fence that will be required, that must actually be put in our northern border in particular. And that is basically the essence. Where are we on that? We have done the specs, we have done every other thing, but they have not as yet went to the market per se, but actually they are going to be doing that. So engagements are very much practical and real in terms of the rest of the other areas. In as much as, Honorable Chair, you're noting Lebombo, but if you go to the eastern side completely, let's say with Eswatini, for instance, it is a basic fence of 3 lanes where people literally just walk through. So this is one thing that we all agree. It is something that is very much critical. We need to be able to move on that. But once again, most of the time you will then have a challenge where Public Works indicate that they don't have much of a stable capital for them to be able to move in as far as this kind of issues are concerned. Hence, they were able to give us some money, which is around 281 million. And that particular money is just for repairs and maintenance of the infrastructure in the land ports in particular. And that does not talk to the border fence per se. But one thing that we say is that it is very critical for us to have a fence, which will then enable us to be able to do our work better. Because as we speak, unfortunately, every part of the borderline stands as a vulnerable segment, because literally every other place is open. And that is why then the drones are actually assisting us in terms of trying to close that particular point, as it were. So that is basically the essence. Now, the engagements, as I conclude, Chair, with the neighboring countries, this is one thing that we have started doing in the current year in particular. So during last year, we were just developing some mechanisms and all of those. But during this year, we have started engaging with our neighborhood. So because our biggest challenge has been the northern border, the eastern border, as well as the central border, which is the one with Lesotho. So we have been engaging with those countries, in particular Zimbabwe. We have engaged with Eswatini. By the way, with Eswatini, we were just there 2 weeks ago. And then we have engaged with Lesotho. So we have not yet engaged with Namibia as well as Botswana, but we will definitely be going there. With Botswana, we engaged them, but it was not much about the key work. It was just about Grobler's Bridge and the issues around making the borders to be 24 hours and all of those, which is their call, something that we can agree with, but something that we are not able to afford because of the capacity challenges, as the Honorable Chair has indicated. Once you go to 24 hours, it means you must have more shifts, and more shifts means more personnel. We are currently struggling, even with posts that close at 12, close at 10, because of capacity issues in terms of human resources. On the Botswana side, for instance, they want the borders to go 24 hours. They are ready on their side with people and everything. Capacity, they are sorted, but we are not able to reciprocate because of that reality. So at the end, from an illegal migration point of view, the movement of illicit goods, our focus has been the 3. That is Zimbabwe, Mozambique, as well as Lesotho, and we've engaged them. In terms of efficiencies in the port, we have signed the joint action plans, and we are busy implementing them. As we speak now, for example, on the N17 corridor to Eswatini on the Oshuk, we can indicate that we're able to reduce the truck waiting time from 3 hours to 20 minutes. And that is actually a report that comes from experts who actually do the actual assessment of the movement and all of that. And those are some of the issues that we've been doing in terms of engaging with the neighbors. And all of that continues to be work in progress. So I think without necessarily going into other issues, the issue around lifestyle audit, maybe that's the last one that I must quickly talk to. Lifestyle audit, we agreed. We have done the work. All of the colleagues are very much ready. The top 100 of the BMA, the entire executive, the entire management committee, all the regional leadership and all the port commanders, we are very much ready to be lifestyle audited. As you will know, lifestyle audit is outside the SSA, and that is why we partnered with the SIU. SIU said we are ready to even bring the team to start the work. But as you will know, they said, unfortunately, there is nothing for free, it's 9 million. And unfortunately, we couldn't even raise the 9 million to be able to do this. And that is why we stopped it and said, immediately we get any additional funding, 9 million definitely is coming your way, SIU. We will kickstart lifestyle audit. So what do we do in the intervening period? We are putting more effort on issues of vetting, which is done by State Security Agency. As you will know, for SSA to do vetting, there is no cost, there's no charge. And that one is one thing that we've been doing. So let me stop there, Honorable Chair, and allow the CFO to talk about the financials. And then I suppose the Minister will then come to close up in terms of those other bigger strategic issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mashapa. CFO.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Maybe the first question that was asked is in terms of our internal audit capacity. Yes, we do have an internal audit. There currently is 3 officials within BMA that are serving in that unit. We are currently also utilizing an outsourcing approach in terms of being able to assist with the capacity. So they do assist us in also being able to audit the internal controls. Then the next question that I was asked is, which departments are we referring to when we say the lease budgets were not transferred, mostly health and agriculture? And yes, we are in discussions. We have a meeting with agriculture on the 30th of October. Agriculture has got the biggest balance. I think they have said we owe about 62 million. So we are taking discussions with them on leases. So we are taking discussions with them on the 30th of October. The next question that I was asked is the concerns with regards to the budget, or majority of it being COE. And maybe just to explain is that the budget of the BMA is made up of the transfers that we received from the departments. The transfers comprised mostly the COE. I think when we started, it was actually 90% of the budget that was actually COE. So the issue is actually something that we inherited. And in order for us to be able to resolve this, I think it was a question that was asked also by National Treasury. It would mean that we need to inject funding towards goods and services so that we can be able to at least get a better ratio in terms of the split of the budget. Then in terms of the internal control specifically, I think the member looked at irregular expenditure. Maybe also to say that this irregular expenditure relates to it is inherited. It relates to the buildings, the leases rather, contracts that we inherited from the transferring department. Most of them had expired and some of them had not even gone through proper procurement processes. So what we had asked from the Auditor General is just to be given some time so that we are able to clean up these leases. The one thing about the leases is that where we are currently leasing the building is mostly where we need to be or where we can render our functions. So we have taken discussions in terms of deviations to deviate so that we can state that this is the only place where we can render the function. Example is your AXA in Oratambo. That's the only way that the immigration, or only place where the immigration colleagues can be able to render their functions. The second to that is we've also started the investigation of our irregular expenditure. The FY 2023 and 2024 a report was actually done. It is to be submitted to Expo for review, and then subsequent to that, it will be submitted to National Treasury for condonement. But we are also in the process in terms of consolidating all of our leases. This will assist us in terms of compliance as well as savings. Then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the fruitless and full expenditure relates to interest that was charged by SARS, mostly in the first year, which is the FY 2023-2024. We had not submitted from April, May, and June. We had a late submission of our returns. They charge fines and penalties. Then in the FY 2024-2025, in that year, we had a late submission of the return, which is the RP5s, which then resulted in interest and penalties. I think we've started discussions, or we had discussions with SARS specifically on the FY 2024-2025 to request that this be condoned, given the fact that we did make assumption in the way it glitches on the SARS website, system, but we have not gotten any positive response on that. The investigation also has happened on both, also on the fruitless and wasteful for FY 2023 and 2024, 24 and 25, and the reports are to be submitted to Commissioner for Commissioner to then implement consequence management as well as consider the write-off. The last one I think that we had with internal controls that were raised by the Auditor General was on the audit of financial statements, where there were immaterial misstatements that we identified. We are subjecting our financial statements to review by internal audit, as well as we are looking for a service provider that will assist in terms of reviewing the financial statement. We are making use of the GRAP checklist that will ensure that we are able to see if there are new standards that need to be included, or if we are missing any notes to the financial statements. The question that was asked is the reduction on audit findings. I must say that in the previous financial year, which is the FY 2023-2024, we only operated with only 2 people in the finance unit. I think the new capacity that we received in the FY 2024-2025 has been able to assist us in being able to look at some of the internal controls that we had. But I think we really invested time in the areas or the recommendations that we were provided by the Auditor General in how we could clean up all of the audit findings. Additionally, I think we had one on the transfer functions with the Department of Home Affairs. The meetings that we held with the Department of Home Affairs really assisted us in being able to resolve some of the issues that we had sitting in our audit report. The other question that was asked is the Chair, I think you asked this question, is the ability for us to be able to shift funds. I think it's difficult for the BMA in that the starting of the organization was already on a grossly underfunded entity. Even if one tries to shift funds, it's very difficult. We've tried where we can, obviously, to see whether do you spend on drones? Maybe even do you spend on operating cost, or do you spend on computer equipment? And we can make those decisions based on the need of the organization, but both are important. I think if we had more funding, it would be an easier one to say, listen, at this moment, this demand can wait, and we can spend on something that is much more critical. At this moment, we are finding ourselves with everything being critical because we don't have funding. But where we can, we always try to prioritize operations, understanding that we are created to provide service delivery. But I can say that at this moment, we're finding it very hard to even be able to deal with some of the demands that are coming from operations. In terms of the CARA, yes, we have, and I think we're really grateful for the 150 that we received from CARA. That has been allowed us to be able to invest in the tools of trade. The cars that we see at the various ports, the drones that we speak about, the scanners that we are going to get, the guns that we are going to be able to invest, that all comes from CARA. Without CARA, the BMA would not have been able to afford any of those tools of trade. We have made an application to CARA. The current value that we sent is the 3.4 billion. Much of the items that have been spoken about here, such as your scanners, your drones, and all other technical equipment or tools, we have included in that CARA applications. We are hopeful that they will be able to respond to us with the positive results in being able to give us some money so that we can be able to fund those. It's a pity CARA does not fund things that are recurring, so you you cannot go to them and say, can you find the appointment of a specific unit, because that then becomes recurring. But we are looking to say to Kara, if there are projects that we know are going to run for a specific period, let's say 3 years, whether they would consider assisting us in being able to fund those. But we continue to take discussions with the colleagues from DOJ. Then around the assets at the port, and this is the questions on the what are we doing, and I think it came from the section 42 that the CFO of Department of Home Affairs spoke to. So these are maybe I should say this: majority of the assets were transferred, and these would be assets that are sitting at the various ports, such as your desk, your table, so your cars. These have been transferred. There are a few technical items that need to be transferred, such as improvements. We have had meetings with the Department of Home Affairs. We started quite early so that we can be able to close off these things by the end of the third quarter. It is the improvement. We have specific ports where improvements have been done. We have requested as the border management just to be given time to go and assess those. I think what also becomes complicated is that we use different reporting standards. So whilst the department uses the cash method, we are on the accrual basis. So there are requirements in terms of CRAP that we need to ensure that we meet before we can do a transfer into the BMA, which includes the assessments, the depreciation. So we are going to be visiting those specific ports to make sure that we can assess, confirm the existence and the completeness of that improvement that has been done. Subsequent to that, we'll then do a section 42, which will be signed by the DG as well as the commissioner, and take over those assets and then start with the accounting that we need to do from our side. So it shouldn't have, maybe to just give you confidence, Chair, it should not have any, we should not have any issues on this one. I think we'll be able to transfer. The others relate to systems. That's a bit complicated, but we are working with the CIOs to be able to ensure that also we do not make an error in terms of the transferring of those specific, of the systems that need to come to the BMA. And I think those were the only questions that came from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO, for the detailed response. I will now invite the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. I think a lot has been covered in the responses, but let me deal with some of those higher level issues that have been flagged. I think, Chair, just by way of an update regarding the work on both the funding and the SAPS transfer issue, let me just indicate, as the Commissioner said, that when it comes to the transfer of function, there was that resolution by the JCPS, which really confirmed the position and the view that this committee and all of us have taken, that it is very clear that the BMA Act has assigned the exclusive functions in terms of the border law enforcement area, and that as with all other departments, there is a transfer required of resources. We then had the engagement with the former police minister, where there was indeed resistance from SAPS officials, and that was also in that same engagement where the State Law Advisor very clearly confirmed our position, that from a legal point of view, there's actually nothing really to discuss, because the BMA has been assigned these functions by Parliament, and it was done subsequent to the SAPS Act, of course. And so in that particular legal context, the provisions of the SAPS Act are deemed to have been repealed. That's the terminology that I think was used from a legal point of view, and that those functions now reside with the BMA. Then following the appointment of the acting police minister, I can also indicate to this committee that I did not even give him 3 full days on the job. He had 2 full days on the job before I had an informal engagement with him to bring him up to speed on this particular issue. And then also just earlier this week, there was a formal letter that I signed requesting a subsequent formal engagement on this particular issue. I know, Chair, if I'm not mistaken, that there's supposed to be a joint engagement with the Police Committee on this matter as well, from Parliament's side. But I want to say that it is very difficult to think of what more could have been done from our side to emphasize the urgency and the importance of this particular issue. We will continue to do all of those outreaches, all of the lobbying, all of the work. But ultimately, it takes 2 to tango, as they say. And we do need SAPS to understand the legal implications of the BMA Act and to comply as all other departments have done. So it is something that I remain seized with. It is something that I remain concerned about. And any support that we can get, I think it would be appreciated. So we will see if that engagement takes place that I have written about, and certainly we will continue to keep the committee abreast as we continue this work. I think when it comes to the broader issues of funding, let me also say there's a long list of items that I can speak about. Firstly, there was a direct engagement with the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister Nzuza, myself, the BMA Commissioner, all colleagues were present, where we presented the funding picture in detail. We presented, I think, a very credible, focused and realistic request to National Treasury in terms of what is required over the next 3 years. That was accompanied by a request to CARA. I think one of the members raised CARA. Yes, let me confirm that request is in. It is comprehensive, and I believe it is being considered. But once again, we are reliant on other people to actually take those kind of decisions. So the CARA request is in. The engagement with Treasury has happened and was very thorough. Chair, if there is a view from the committee that there should be a formal letter to the President about this, I'm very happy to do that. I can indicate that this is something that I've also raised in various forums chaired by the President informally as well. So I think there's a broad understanding in general that there is a very urgent need for the BMA to be funded adequately. I am not a member of MINCOM, but my understanding is that this is an issue that is also being considered and discussed in that particular environment. So, Chair, let me say, I think if you take all of that together, that there is a huge amount of work going on in this regard. It is difficult. It is often frustrating because we all want to see that movement. I want to thank Parliament for the engagement with the Appropriations Committee on this as well. And I think their position is also very clear, very much aligned to everything that we are saying. But at the end of the day, Chair, it is decisions that to some extent has to be made by SAPS, and they have to be engaged, and it has to be understood why these things are not happening. And secondly, when it comes to the funding side, the more broad issue, yes, of course, we continue to work through all of the structures that I've indicated. But at the end of the day, I must also say, Chair, that it is Parliament that appropriates. And as much as honourable members have very much a right to know what the work is that we are doing from the ministry side on this, myself, Deputy Minister, in coordination with the BMA leadership, I do think it best to be said that Parliament ultimately is the one that decides on budgeting decisions. And so my request would be not only for us to continue our engagements and efforts, including if there's a requirement for a letter, including if there's a joint engagement with the Police Committee, but also to say that Parliament really needs to assert itself, because you ultimately have the power. We, as members of Parliament, make decisions around budgeting, and we do have the ability to actually say that as long as the BMA is making reasonable requests, not trying to break the bank, which we have been very mindful of, Chair. And if there's a belief that this would be a good investment, which is the other side of the coin, that here we have a law enforcement agency. Yes, it's still got a very long way to go, but I think there's no doubt that it is making really determined progress. And it is an area where we could actually make a very big impact with a relatively small amount of money, if you think about the bigger picture. That I believe it is a very wise investment for the country to make economically, socially, and from a security point of view. So, Chair, I hope that that gives the committee some sense of the work that is going on. And let me just reaffirm our absolute commitment to continuing this work and appreciation for the support of the committee. I do think we speak with one voice on this issue, and that it makes it a much more powerful case, but we do need to continue to use all of those different avenues to work until we find a resolution. We cannot give up on this. It is fundamental to the country, and so we have to continue the fight until we get some.
Thanks very much, Minister. AG, Ms. Tuachal.
Thank you, Chair. So my comments will be brief because it'll be following really the similar sentiments that I shared in terms of the need to strengthen those internal processes when it comes to the reported performance information, because as we would note that similarly to the
Mr. Matonzi?
Hi, Chair.
Did we lose? I thought it's on my side because it's raining this side. Did you lose Ms. Tuachal?
No, she's muted. You can see that she's muted.
Good day, Chair. Committee members, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah. You're now. We can hear you. We can proceed because we took time offline.
Oh, okay. I thought I was audible. Apologies for that. So what I was indicating, Chair and committee members, is that the similar feedback from what I said around that with the Department of Home Affairs when it comes to the verification of the reported performance achievements in the annual performance report is an area that will still need to be addressed, where then the BMA will need to ensure that there is sufficient and appropriate evidence that will support what is reported as the achievement, so that there isn't that disjuncture between what is reported in the annual performance report and what comes out from the external audit process as indicators and targets that have not been achieved. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Tuachale and the entire audit team. And I want also to thank the Minister, the DG, and all the DDGs that contributed to the discussion with the committee, and thank Commissioner Masiapata and all the commissioners, and also the CFO, the National Treasury, SARS, our legal team, Parliament, and Chief State Law Advisor, and honorable members, and also for staying to this end to interact with the committee. We've noted all the issues that are being raised by members of the committee and also the leadership of the Border Management Authority. We note the areas of concerns but improvements that have been raised, identified by the Auditor General. We'll take the same approach to make sure that we monitor the work that is before the team responsible for Border Management Authority. We have taken a decision that will interact with the Portfolio Committee on Police in relation to the subject matter of transfer of the police force but also we appreciate the continuous work that has been conducted by the executive, the minister, and the commissioner of Border Management Authority in relation to more engagement around the funding, and also appreciate the work that has been done by the appropriation committee. The reason we engage the appropriation was also to strengthen our resolve in light with the underfunding of the Border Management Authority. And all of us who agree that there's a need to support the BMA, but also must appreciate Commissioner Mashapata and your team that with the limited resources, the Border Management Authority is able to achieve with a short space of time since its establishment in terms of the work that has been put on the ground. And that is one of the areas that we need to appreciate and applaud. And also appreciate the collective members of the Portfolio Committee who have demonstrated a positive attitude towards making sure that the strategic thrust of what Border Management Authority has been established, making sure that we crack the weaknesses that were identified, but also appreciate the collective work that you have implemented. And I think we must appreciate the work of the members of the Portfolio Committee. We will obviously engage with the Auditor General as you monitor moving forward in terms of the work that your audit team and the CFO. And I think it's appreciated that the best practices, we've noticed that there's engagement around the that stream, the CFO, Home Affairs, CFO of IEC and the BMA. And I think that's an encouraging to notice that there's an appreciation that you must complement the recommendation at all times of the Auditor General and the AG becoming closer to the institution. I want to appreciate that. At this moment, we are going to release you, Auditor General, the Minister, the BMA, and the team, and we really thank for having stayed with the committee and interact on these important issues. Thanks very much. You are released. We'll then deal with the two items that are before the Portfolio Committee. Can you move to the last two items, Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, Chairperson, yeah. Yes. Okay, Chair, I'll start on the draft program of the committee, which was presented to the committee on Tuesday, and then we're going to revise it. One of the issues that we're going to be dealing with, which is from next week, I'll just start from Tuesday next week. We're going to be receiving a briefing from the IEC and GPW on their annual reports. And then also the committee will consider the issue of vacancies, the IEC vacancies that we need to consider as well. And then the other issue is the briefing by the department on the timeline for the implementation of the white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. So that meeting is going to be virtual as well. And then on the 21st, we are considering that budget vote, the BRRR report, and then possible we'll have to adopt the report on the filling of vacancies at the IEC. And then we'll also deal with the Parliament Legal Service will brief the committee on the all constitutional court orders. And then we probably will do the clause-by-clause deliberation on the one-stop border post. And then on the 24th of October, we're proposing to have a joint meeting with the PC on cooperative governance and traditional affairs to receive the report on the electoral reform consultation panel. So that will be virtual as well, and then it will be the only item on that day. And then 26-30 June or October is public hearing in the Western Cape, and then 3 to 8 November is a public hearing in Limpopo province. And also what we are planning to do as well during the public hearing, like it was done in the Eastern Cape, is to where we are not going to be paying a courtesy call to the local chiefs, and then we'll do an oversight visit to a local office, both in the Western Cape and also in Limpopo. And then on the 11th and 12th November, we are planning to have that public hearing with the national structure of the religious leaders, traditional leaders, and the LGBTQIA plus community. And then on the following day, we conduct an oversight visit that will be in Johannesburg. And then 18 November, the IEC has indicated that they will introduce the bill for the local government election. So we are planning that in October. So we are planning that in November. Then we'll receive that briefing from them, and then we'll also deal with the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill that deals with the referendum. And then we'll also receive a briefing from the content advisor on the draft report on the marriage bill. And then we are also planning a meeting with the police on the transfer of SAPS members to the border, to the BMA at the post of entry and SNDF. And then on the 25th is a joint meeting with the Select Committee, where the BMA will brief us on their festive season plan. Festive season plan, and then the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Public Works to brief us on the issue of the fencing along the borderline. And then we have the response by the Department Parliament Legal Service on the marriage bill, and then we start with the deliberations. And then on the 28th, and then we are looking at having provincial managers to brief the committee of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. On the 2nd of December, deliberation on the marriage bill, and then on the 9th of December, which is the last meeting of the committee, we are receiving briefing from the provincial manager of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. So that's the draft program, Chairperson. Over to you.
No, thanks, members. I'm not sure whether that draft program is complete. It will appear that there are some decisions we propose and are not captured.
Oh, okay. At the bottom. Yeah. So what also it was proposed is that we will also have to do an committee outreach program, where the portfolio committee will plan an oversight to selected Home Affairs offices. The purpose of this visit is to assess service delivery and engage with relevant stakeholders. During this oversight, then the committee will meet with the following, the DHA has got a stakeholder forum, the counter-corruption and security services, and then the multidisciplinary task team, just to be there as well when the committee is dealing with the stakeholders and members of the community and clients that will have come to the Home Affairs to make an application for various services. The committee will also use this to engage with the members of the public and conduct physical inspection of the self-service kiosks and services provided through the bank. So in other words, when we do oversight, we will also go and see how the kiosk works and also how the services at the bank is being done. And then in the first quarter of 2026, the committee will meet with RASA to discuss matters relating to the refugee appeals. And then the committee will also undertake a study, an oversight, a study tour, not an oversight, to an African country when one-stop border post concept is being implemented. And I think there is probably one between Zimbabwe, if I'm not sure, and Zambia. They also engagement with other member states on immigration issues, that what the BMA is also doing. The committee will also liaise with finalize its engagement with the remaining provincial manager of the DA in the first quarter 2026, and then the counter-corruption and security services will be required to provide quarterly reports to the committee on activities and progress. I think that's all, Chair.
Thank you, members. This is a working schedule. However, we'll submit it to the COC, and is a proposal. There are a few issues which we've considered. One is that if you have listened to today, we've met with the Treasury, and we've deferred the matter of the bill to next week, Tuesday. And I think we must include that item. Briefly, the issue of the white paper has been responded by the DG. There's an indication that they still have to go to DG's forum or something like that for a discussion. So it will appear that there may not be sufficient or full details to brief the committee. We must just present the matter of the A list on the one-stop border post. We can receive a brief from the again from the department. So those two items, I don't think they will take us long. So we can include that one. And on the proposal of the outreach oversight is on the 28th after the stakeholder discussions with around the marriage bill. We have requested to the team that that outreach oversight must be after we've met with the stakeholders. We have not decided, we're still consulting with the public education unit and legal team in relation to whether it should be physical or virtual. But the point is that our jointly with Home Affairs, our visit must involve assessing. We'll pick up a Home Affairs office somewhere. We know offices that have challenges. We've identified how that will get into that space, engage with the staff, and then engage with the clients and community. And Home Affairs must be there, and members of the committee, so that the experiences that are being observed, we're able to associate the presentation that we have received, the annual reports, the plans, but on the actual work that has been done. So we decided that proposed that we must engage in that space. So in that outreach, we've proposed that also must invite the anti-corruption unit, which I think has been highlighted, and the multidisciplinary team, and also they will know Home Affairs who they can invite when we deal with the stakeholder environment, including the IT, because we've sensed that cues which people are talking about, but we must identify ourselves with the issues that are coming, so we're able to objectively and also assist collectively to assist the Department of Home. So that is the objective of avoiding just to go to the office and walk in the offices, see what's happening there and leave. But we must spend time in one area, interact with members of the community who were servicing to the public. So we've scheduled it to the 28th. The other matter which has been raised, I think also on the annual report that we've just received, is that we must continue with the oversight in the marriage public hearings to conduct those oversight. They're helpful because at least we also identify issues, and that is as a result that we've proposed that we must meet with the provincial managers to give us a sense of the state of the province, like we did in 2019, and able to have to appreciate the interventions that have been placed before us as a committee, the challenges that are being faced. One of the critical observations is that in provinces, some of the provinces, the staff complements become a problem. People work different assignments in one office. That also contribute to the long queues in that. So we need to directly interact with them. We know that the banks have not yet been fully functional, but it's important that once we've concluded that interaction with the community, we must move to identify exactly what is these self-services, kiosks, the challenges, and the modernization hub that the department is speaking about of that is located somewhere in Pretoria and Silverton, so that we identify the actual work that has been done, including the mobile trucks that we must also conduct oversight. The last time we've conducted oversight on the oversight we're somewhere, I think, in Mamelodi, if I'm correct, to assess. At that time, there was no even upgrade on certain tools that are needed. So we need to deal with that. We further agreed that proposed in the meeting that we propose that the anti-corruption unit and the multidisciplinary team must report to the community quarterly, so that and that must also try to cut across in terms of the units that are being created to fight with corruption in the other institutions, including government printing works and the BMA and the IEC. But for now, we've proposed that the committee must have a dedicated twice quarterly to deal with this anti-corrupt unit. So it must be scheduled henceforth in our first term moving forward. The other point is that we have considered that we're dealing with the OSB-BP bill, and also, as we've indicated, this is a one-step border post, but we have no experience on the actual structure, how it composite, how it operate. So it will be important in the next year, later year, if we create a space to conduct a visit to jointly with the BMA or Home Affairs, like we're proposing to visit on the issues of e-voting, just to identify ourselves with that with this matter. In the same spirit, we have engaged that we must have an interaction with the members or committees across who interact with the immigration issues, like this Home Affairs, so that we exchange notes on the challenges that we're facing in the country and the legislative part. And this is prompted because the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services, they are proposing an amendment in relation to deportation and serving of sentence of nationals that have been arrested, and part of their proposals that they must serve in their country of origin. So we have interacted with that space. So we think it's an important area we may need to pursue as a committee, jointly with the Committee of Correctional Services, to interact with the members of other jurisdiction, but dealing with the immigration, particularly utilizing also the PAP environment. So those colleagues, this is the proposed of the schedule, and I think it's a working tool. We have proposed that you may need to look at it and comment around it. Thank you. Can I now invite members to invite members? Rose?
Thank you, Chair. Just from my side to state that I'm happy with the schedule along with your proposed amendments, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Rose. Any other comment?
A second, Chair.
Thank you, Ramdolo. Let's consider it as a accepted, but as a working given the work that we're dealing with, and we'll from time to time inform members in time. Thanks very much. We have done with this item. Can you move to another item? The last item is minutes.
Yeah, the last item is minutes, Chair. So these are minutes, Chair, of the 15th of July, which took place in Parliament, where the IEC briefed the committee on the national and provincial report of 2024. So these are the people that were there, Chairperson. And just to also indicate that that report that was adopted by the committee is going to be debated on the 21st of October.
Okay, this is the minutes, members. Can you go to the recommendation? Or the body of the minutes? Okay. Noted. Can I invite
Sorry, Chairperson.
Honourable Machi?
Yes, Chairperson. No, if the Secretary can flag again the members. I don't see my name, whether I was present or I was absent, because even if I was absent, my name should appear.
Taking on the.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's correct that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'll put there on the apologies.
Thank you very much. Can I invite hands for move of adoption?
Chair?
Honourable Ross?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, if Bra Eddie can just scroll down to 6.1. Yes. The committee resolved that it should deal with the concerns related to the implementation of Section 24A of the Electoral Act. I'm not sure if this is the decision that we took, Chair.
Yeah, you're right. It's a wrong.
Yeah, this is not true.
When we're dealing with the, and sorry to intervene, Honourable Mkhal, and thanks for that intervention. When we're dealing with the report of the NPE, this matter, we raise it again. I think you can recall on Mr. Salmon how you crafted it and the committee corrected it. Mr. Salmon?
Yes, I'll check my notes, Chairperson, and I'll revise it accordingly.
But we have resolved that the section 24 capital A, it must be reviewed. The IEC must come back to the committee with the assessment about its negative impact and positive impact since it was established. Since it was passed by Parliament. So the principal feature is that the section 24 capital A must be reviewed. That's a decision of the committee, and they also give opportunity to IEC to deal with that part. So I think let's review that, rework that 6.1, and just look at the records, Mr. Salmon, and assist the reworking. Thanks very much. With that amendment, can invite hands for supporting. Move of adoption.
Yes, Chair, I move for the adoption with the amendments.
Thank you, Onamukhale. Any seconder?
Yes, Chair, I would like to second.
Thank you, Honor Jama. Minutes have been moved with amendment 6.1. Can we move to a second minute?
Yeah. Second minutes was on the 2nd of September, where the committee dealt with the issue of the strategic plan of its own strategic plan. There were various presentations from Dr. Mavuso and Dr. Anthea van der Berg. Just
okay.
These are the people that were in attendance.
Can you move to the recommendation?
Reflection on the presentation.
Recommendations.
No, there were no recommendations. Most of the stuff they are in the strat plan itself.
Okay. No, thanks very much. Can we move for the adoption of the minutes of the strat plan?
Move, Chairperson.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honor Mtolo. Can you move to the third before the last? Minutes carried.
And the 3 September, that's where the committee, the chairperson tabled the letter from the IEC on the tabling of the Electoral Amendment Bill 2025 for the local government, as well as the letter from the Office of the Chief Justice to fill the IEC vacancy. And then we also adopted the report of the national and provincial election. Then the committee deliberated on the one-stop border post. Then we also gave an update on the marriage bill for Western Cape and Limpopo. Yeah, that was that. And then the members that were in attendance.
Can I check on the matter of local government election amendment? It might have went out of my way. In terms of our schedule program, when is it? When is the IEC come back?
18, I think it's 18 or 18 November on 18 the program. November. That, yeah.
Okay. Members?
I move, Chair.
Madam Tolo, thank you. Any seconder?
Chair, I'd like to second, but with my surname is misspelled there at the first page, but I second with that change.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Jama. Minutes considered. Can we move to the last minutes?
And the last minutes is the briefing by Parliament Legal Service on the A list of the one-stop border post. And then we were also briefed by Parliament, the State Law Advisor and Parliament Legal Service on the legal opinion on the non-certification of the marriage bill. And then a briefing by Parliament Legal Service on the issue of Mr. Philip Craig's status in South Africa. And then consideration and adoption of the NPE report. And then consideration and adoption of the strategic plan and annual performance plan of the committee. An update of the Brazil study tour. And then a letter from Pedro Makubo on allegation of corruption against the Director General and the Deputy Director General Counter-Corruption and Security Services.
Okay, I want to ask to request that can you go to the items there first before up? Yeah. I want to propose that because point number 9 is a serious matter that involves key people in the department. I would request that we, as the ministers responded to today's meeting, we write a formal correspondence in terms of the time frame for him to brief the committee around this allegation. We can't just slip it as if it's a matter, so that at least we get a sense what is the details around this matter. So I'll propose that we do that, Mr. Matunzi, and the ministers confirm that they're working around this matter. Secondly, I'll request that I'm advised that the officials of this committee, have written a report about the failure of a study tour to their officials or their seniors. I'll request that we present that report, and it's not the report they've sent on our behalf or processed by the committee. It's a report that has been sent by them to the officials. I request that they present that report next week so that we get a sense what are the details and the input, so that the committee formulate a committee report to the COC, Honorable Frolik, on the challenges on this matter and also on the proposed recommendation for a new to consider another 2 countries that must assist us on this matter. So I just wanted to write on this items that are on the agenda. Members?
Are we done with the minutes, Chair?
No, I'm inviting. We have not adopted. I'm inviting members to adopt.
Oh, okay. No, I move for adoption, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. So all the minutes have been considered, and I want to thank members for staying to this far.
Chair?
Honorable Makhale?
Yes, Chair. No, before you close, Chair, I just wanted to put it on the record, Chair, what transpired on Tuesday, that issue of the IEC, because it's not something that should be taken lightly. I want to put it on the record that I have provided the members of the committee with evidence with regards to what I said with the discrepancies between what was captured at the VD level and what was captured by the IEC on their platform. So on that, Chair, I'm going to request that the chairperson of the IEC, when he appears before the committee next time, he must firstly retract his falsehoods, and secondly, he must apologize for misleading the committee. That is going to be my request, Chair.
Noted. What we must do, Mr. Salmon, we must get what Honorable Mokhale has highlighted, and I know he has highlighted in our collective platform, and we communicate with the IEC, and we then request their comment around this subject matter. And then we then take a cue from that space, because it's important that if a matter is being raised, we also deal with this one formal, so that we're able to get a sense of the subject matter. And thanks, Honorable Makhale, for reminding. I've noted it on my book, but I don't know where it got off. Thanks very much, members, and I must appreciate that we have engaged on these presentations to this far, and staying on course to make sure that we discharge our responsibility. And thanks very much to the officials and all the team involved for this important session. Mr. Matons, there's no any other matter that you want to raise?
No, Chair, there's no other matter.
Thanks very much, members. The meeting stands adjourned.